do it at 8. Don't do it at 8 p.m. local time in Germany. Don't do it at that time. Do it like 3. Do it like 3 p.m. The reason why is like many people at that point, they're just like about to head off for work. They're about to do their thing. They kind of just want to pass the time. So it'd be a great time to actually do it, like say 3 or 4, something like that. But doing it at 8 is a bit of a problem because normally that's when all the news starts. And Germans are exceedingly habitual creatures to the point that they do everything as fucking timing precisely. And so as such, they will rather tune in, tune in to a media broadcast or something from like the Tagesschau and watch that as opposed to going on, say, X.com and listening to an X-Base with the on, and all they say it all. So it kind of like conflicts with habit, I suppose, but maybe I'm wrong. I haven't lived there in a while, it's just what I know. Delicious. Also kind of to the point of being extremely habitual creatures, since I'm a German myself, I'm a person that literally eats the same shit every single day and does not care for any variation whatsoever. I eat the same steak, prepared the same way, with more or less the same stuff, every single day. I got my water, 1 liter of water, got my coffee, got my butter, steak, a little bit of bread, that's it. Of course, properly seasoned with a decent amount of salt, because that's what the body needs. And that's it.
Nice.
I eat that every single day, and mostly that is just simply the one meal. It's a very big piece of butter, by the way, so it keeps me sustained throughout the entire day. So that's what my life is like. I'm a very simple person, and I'm also a very habitual person from that perspective. I like having this habit. It's a good habit. It's a good thing to have. It keeps you alive. It keeps you well functioning. I mean, hey man, you don't have this kind of focus and energy unless you kind of have a diet which supports that. And eating sugary diets, they kind of just create brain fog and everything else, and that's a bit of a problem. Makes you docile. Like, hey, what's interesting? You ever seen this experiment with the rats? The rats that are swimming? It's actually quite fascinating. So they took 2 rats, one of which they fed the normal food that they always do, dropped them in the pool, and swam to safety, all good. Took another rat, which they gave the diet that normally many Westerners would eat. Westerners meaning, something like the US and whatnot, very unhealthy foods. They fed that to those rats, and then dropped this rat into the pool, same story, but it wasn't able to fully save itself. It took multiple tries, and then finally someone figured it out. You could even say that rat's brain was damaged. So think about this. The food that made the rat retarded, what do you think that's going to do to the human? Do you think that's going to make you, I don't know, feel better, feel worse? Most likely worse, or just make you feel bad in the first place. So, I mean, look at what's happening all around. Many people look at it as the obesity epidemic and think, oh, we need to have like a focus on health. And I'm like, yes, but your health advice is shit. This would all work if it did, but it doesn't. So that's how we got to this problem, right? So all of the health standards and health advice, yeah, I found a lot of good that did. Didn't really fix anything, did it? It's almost like as if, hey, you create regulations to make things happen, but then these things happen and they don't really fix the problem, but make it bigger. It's almost like the whole perception of it, and therefore the subsequent action response was wrong. Damn! But if you say that, they'll try and cancel your ass because it's against the science. By the way, there's no such thing as the science. It's all bullshit. Whenever somebody says that, they're a religious nut. I like to call them a religious nut. You know why? Because they're worse than the extremists. The extremists actually believe in something that may or may not exist. Actually, more may they exist than not, which is something spiritual. The person who is the scientist type of individual who wants to believe in certain things and, not question them at all because, it's a tough world when you have questions. Yeah, they're an ideologue that is like an atheistic ideologue in a sense. They believe in made-up assertions that are somewhat incorrect, made up by other people. A religious ideologue, that's even more respectable in that sense because that person actually believes in something that's real.
Appeal to
These motherfuckers don't. Yeah.
Appeal to authority.
Appeal to authority is fucking insane. Like, at least you believe in something spiritual, I can understand that. But this shit with the science, Jesus Christ, that is insanely, ugh. I don't know. I judge you for that. Fuck you. It was good.
I'm on like day 20, I think, of this whole steak thing. So
how do you feel?
I feel good. Yeah, it's like it's enough sustenance really to last you. And yeah, I have a lot of energy in the evenings and stuff, so that's good.
Have you cut out the snacks?
For the most part, there's still occasional ones that I do, but yeah, I have mostly steak now.
Nice. Because your target should be absolute 0.
True.
If it's anything snack, just like make something like just have a little meat left over and just kind of snack on that. Straight out of the fridge is pretty good actually.
Indeed.
I have improvised one thing in my diet. I'm not consuming as much juice anymore, just raw fruit. From what you said last time.
Nice. Good stuff.
How much
That right
meat
there is
are
going to
you
instantly
eating?
improve your diet.
How much meat are you eating?
A couple steaks a day.
No, I'm asking Suraj.
Not much at all.
We need to change that.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep, I'll work on it.
But it's so funny. The council of dudes here pressuring other dudes into being healthy.
It's a good kind of pressure. Yeah.
I'm not denying that that's exactly what's happening here, and this is a good thing. This is what society should be like, by the way.
Indeed.
See, here's the thing. You gotta understand this. When you're looking at something like what the toxic elements of society do, is pressure people into doing certain things, is bad only because they pressure people into doing things that are terrible. What if you did things that are good, you have good reasons, you have good arguments if somebody wanted to challenge them, and you can pressure people into doing better things. Now this is a good thing, right? Especially if you have science to back that argument up. Real science, not an assertion, this shall go unquestioned. No. Real science. Oh yeah, eggs is good as well.
Yeah, eggs counts.
I should highly advise that people increase their egg intake. If you're not eating any eggs, eat some fucking eggs. Like seriously, eat some eggs. You need the cholesterol. Cholesterol is really good for you. This may break a few people's brains, but it is true. Cholesterol is actually good for you. It's the stuff that you're eating that fucks up the cholesterol, actually. Remember this old saying? You may have watched a few old movies, actually. Many people today may have not, but if you'd ever watched an older movie, they said this interesting thing, this very fascinating phrase. They said, "Oh, honey, I can't eat that. It's bad for my cholesterol." That phrase specifically, it's bad for my cholesterol. What did they mean with that? Meant that cholesterol was understood as something that's healthy, and that consuming this one particular thing that they wanted to consume is bad for that other thing that's actually healthy. So what's up with that? Well, I can tell you what's up with that. Cholesterol is actually good for you, because guess what? What do you think your fucking brain's made out of? Quick question, like seriously, what do you think your fucking brain's made out of? What do you think supports it? It's a fucking cholesterol. Like, what do you think helps with your body's ability to defeat cancers? Your cholesterol level. If it's below 300, you're fucked, or you're about to get fucked. It's true. And you have a bunch of cancer-causing compounds that are in virtually all of the foods that you have, and to some degree. Hell, sometimes it's unavoidable. The best you can do, actually, in this world, we have a common problem. I'll tell you what this problem is. Some things are genuinely not avoidable. Some compounds, some of the stuff that's unhealthy for you is genuinely unavoidable. You have to eat it, but you can offset this with something, right? Say, for instance, okay, you're consuming a bunch of you're consuming a bunch of compounds that are cancer-causing in nature. How do you deal with that? Well, your body would need some sort of way to, defeat the cancer. One of those ways is to have a good cholesterol level. If it's below 300, that's where the problems start to begin. You have a cholesterol deficit, as a matter of fact. This is also why a lot of people's brains are having a lot of problems, because guess what your brain is made out of? Cholesterol, or like the stuff that supports it. So if you're minimizing the intake of that, you're getting completely fucked. So increase stuff like eggs, and you shouldn't eat any of these weird seed oils or anything that oxidizes stuff that's in your body, because that's going to really fuck you over. And various other things, like don't eat stuff that has various colorings in it. There's also this problem with tea bags, by the way. So if any one of you has ever noticed How is it possible that a tea bag is like, it's made out of paper, but as we all know from paper, it should fall apart, right? So why doesn't it fall apart? It's because it's sprayed with fucking plastic. So
Really? Oh shit.
you dunk that shit in your little teacup, and the stuff falls off. Not all of it, but some of it does. And then you're drinking microplastics right there. And you know what happens to those microplastics? You know where those the carotid artery is? Like your neck, two places? Right there, there's a little bit of a lining that forms. And in that, some of the microplastics tend to get embedded. So your arteries are literally clogging up, and that is promoted by those microplastics. Isn't that fucking insane?
Wild. Didn't know that about tea bags.
Yeah, I don't drink tea anymore. I stopped. I think if you get it like the Chinese have a very interesting way to solve this problem. Right, they have these tea bricks, and you can like break pieces of them off and kind of crumble them up, and that you can use that as tea. Very nice, very nice. You know, I'm gonna okay, so I'm gonna put you in charge and you in charge. There we go. Oh, what's this? Interesting. Let me see. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm looking at someone's account right now. Okay. Okay. This looks interesting. Let me read the rest of that. Nice, actually. Mark Friedrich, if that's your correct name. Would you like to come up real quick? Yeah, I'll send you an invite if you feel like you'd like to come up. You can just press the request button and it'll instantly bring you up. But I'll just send it to you. If you don't want to come, it's fine. But I'll send one to you. And also invite Preston up. Preston's our Preston's our solicitor in a sense, and our friend Laura Cat is a degen with a law degree. Or sorry, and a chaos agent. Sorry, he's a chaos agent with a law degree. That's what he says. He's great.
Sure. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is. So Mark, if you'd like to come up, just press the little request button at the bottom there. It'll send you straight up.
Hi,
There you go, Mark's here.
Speaking.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hey Preston, what's up, dude? Hi Mark.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm pretty fine actually. I should sleep because I'm going to the German Bundestag tomorrow for a roundtable about Bitcoin. And actually, I'm the guy who sent the telephone number of Alice Weidel to Wall Street Math. I don't know if you received the number back then. So yeah, thanks for inviting me here to the conversation.
Yeah, 100%. Wait. How did I receive the number? What do you mean?
Wall Street Math, James, I sent him the telephone number, the mobile number of Alice Weidel for the space. I don't know if you received it or how this happened, but
Yeah, how would I receive it though? Like I'm not. Wait, hold up, hang on, real quick. Do you think I'm Elon?
Yes.
No, not Elon. Dude, that's actually a very funny one. You're the first person to give a straight answer to that, like yes. Like uninterrupted, unadulterated yes. No, I'm not Elon. I sound very similar. We have a lot of similarities. It's a huge thing, by the way. It's been in the news multiple times. I've talked a lot of chaos. So no, I sound very much like him. I am very much like him, but I'm not him. Yeah, you may have heard of me in random conversations like this Adrian person, or people like sometimes they refer to me like as if I was some sort of force of nature. But it's like in casual conversation, especially like my opponents. Like sometimes just I had this chat with this guy. It's like, who's this guy? Gitman. It's like, you know, yeah.
That's hilarious.
Also, Adrian.
Yeah.
Adrian would
It's
have
hilarious. Because I just bumped in and I heard your voice and I thought, hey, this is Elon. But okay, perfect. Anyhow.
Wait, how did you find the space?
I was listening to the space with Naomi because she's a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And now I just woke up because I couldn't sleep because I don't know why, but anyhow, and I just thought that you would, because I subscribed to your account, and then I just saw that you have a new space, and I thought it's fucking interesting with cancer because I just saw the video from Joe Rogan with Mel Gibson, so I just posted it, and that's how I came here. So thanks for inviting me.
How about that, dude? I love a lot of coincidences. That's a cool thing. And the Bitcoin thing, I'm somewhat interested in it. I don't talk about it much, but like realistically speaking, I mean, I understand what Bitcoin is. Like, wait, are you are there talks of bringing back a bit of a Bitcoin reserve for Germany?
No, not really. But it's a liberal party who invited me because I wrote a book about Bitcoin last year. And it was a best-selling book, the first best-selling book in the top 10 in Germany about Bitcoin. So the Liberal Party is trying to jump on the bandwagon of Trump. You know, they want to have a success with this Bitcoin policy. That's why they're doing it, I guess. But anyhow, they invited me, and I'm a strong supporter of a Bitcoin strategic reserve for any country, actually, because I think it's the better money.
I mean, if they want to have a good Bitcoin policy, they may as well just be very, like, reduce restrictions on crypto in general over there, and then basically that country would be like, hey man, yeah, we definitely want our crypto there. Exactly.
But right now, the European Union is doing everything wrong because we have MiCA, new regulations against Bitcoin or for the regulation of cryptocurrencies, and it's a nightmare because the US is winning this game because they realized it's the hardest money mankind ever created, and that's why they will win because Trump realized it with good advice. So Europe is losing again on this battle as well. Same with artificial intelligence or with energy and everything, because we do everything wrong in Europe.
Yeah, except for regulation around food, I think there's something that the U.S. should kind of copy as a playbook. Definitely the food aspect, because the food in Europe is a lot healthier, so that's pretty cool.
It is, but it's because, for example, we don't have processed food so much. For example, in the Mediterranean Sea, you know, Italy, Spain, Greece, they just use like olive oil, pure stuff, like not processed. This is very healthy, and in the US it's horrible. Every time I'm in the US, even if I do a lot of workout and sport, I gain weight. I don't know, something's in the water, and I don't eat white bread or something. You know, I'm a vegetarian for 30 years, but every time I'm in the US, I come back like a fatty.
That is fascinating. Yeah, everything in the US is a little bit different. Like even the milk, for instance. Like I still remember, like, the meat tastes different. The butter tastes different. The butter is like more white for some reason, and the milk tastes sweetish. I'm like, why does it taste this sweet? It's like abnormally sweet. That was like one of the first things that I noticed when I came there. I was like, everything is bigger. That's nice. Everything tastes a little bit strange because it's a bit different, sure. And it's like some places have a bit of an absence of something, which I can't really quite place. So it's a very strange but awesome thing. I'm not sure why. It's like very weird.
Yeah, I think they're poisoning their people. You know, they make them fat so they can treat them with medicine and make more money. And that's why I hope that Robert F. Kennedy is make America healthy again, because they put something in the water like fluoride, for example, and they put a lot of stuff into their food. And if you're in the US, you see there's so many fat people. You know, they're obese. It's horrible, actually, how fat they gained. And I wrote a chapter in my book that since 1971, since Nixon closed the gold window with the fiat currency, everything got actually worse. The food, the architecture, everything, you know, the printing, the debt, everything of the printing of money. So, and the food is horrible. And if you're in the US and you see the people in the shopping malls, in their little cars, it's just, oh my God. They're poisoning their own people. That's what I think. And that's why they have to change the food. And that's why I hope that Robert Kennedy will succeed.
I definitely got that after Nixon closed the gold window. I can confirm that the closing of the gold window occurred way before I got fat. So I think there's definitely a causal relationship between those. I also, my birth also occurred after the closing of the gold window, but that's not material. I think we're going to blame the closing of the gold window for that.
We're going to blame you for everything, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of problems occurred with the fiat monetary system. So if you understand the monetary system, you see where all the problems lay. And it's wars. You can finance wars with the fiat money. And that's why I think Henry Ford said if the people would understand the monetary system, we would have a revolution tomorrow morning. And that's why it's so important to understand money and the monetary system, because money is power and everything comes back to money. So follow the money and then you will see all the solutions in many different parts of our life and society.
Where are you from in Germany?
I'm from the southern part, close to Stuttgart, where they used to build a nice car, Porsche and Mercedes.
Yeah. Are you still based there now?
Yes, right now I'm in Berlin. Like I said, I have to go to the parliament tomorrow morning, actually in 4 hours, so I should get some sleep, actually.
Yes.
But I used to live close to Stuttgart, so if you want to visit me, you're very welcome, all of you guys.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
a lot of the ETH guys are all moved to Berlin. I don't know if you ever hang out with Gavin Wood and that crowd.
No, I don't like shitcoiners.
Right. That's
Just kidding.
respectable.
I'm very open-minded and tolerant also to people who are retarded. It's okay.
Oh my god. Wow, that's a good one. Nice, well played there for sure. I mean, yeah, man, sure, 100%. You get some sleep. You got a big day ahead of you. Come around anytime. We host a conversation at roughly about the same time every single day. Actually, normally we host it about an hour earlier. That's when it starts. So you can come in for a little bit, have a bit of a chat if you'd like. Tell us about how your day went and all. Would be actually nice to see how your day would go tomorrow.
Yes, definitely. Even Adrian, sorry. And I also sent you a direct message, so just reply.
Yeah,
follow me,
that.
guys. Just subscribe my account, and then we come together, and I tell you how it was at the German parliament with all these politicians.
Nice, awesome. Well, I would like to hear it. Thank you for coming, man.
Guys. Thank you very much for inviting me, and hear you soon. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. He's gonna discover the Adrian Dittman effect via the conversations. Your sleep schedule will disappear.
Very true. Can confirm.
Adrian, we have someone in the listeners panel who I know really well, and I also collaborate with him on a lot of my research and stuff. It is Privacy Test. If that's okay, can we let him in?
Oh, I know this company. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. That's the one that does the browsers, right?
Yep, exactly the one. Yeah.
Okay. If they request, I'll let them up.
What the hell is this?
What the hell is what?
I'm looking at a PoE build right now. What the fuck is this?
There's some weird ones, man.
Dude, check this shit out. I mean, ours is probably a bit better, but like, this is, The Asian gamers have caught on, let's just say that. That's why all the builds have been getting crazier. I've been like looking at people's builds and they've become progressively crazier, and I was like thinking to myself, why? Why is that? Somebody, where is the source for all of this? Because I know most of these people, they don't come up with anything on their own. And then I start seeing the Asian gamers have arrived. I'm like, that's where it's coming from.
Alright, let me look at this.
Explain to me what the fuck this is, actually.
Oh, wow.
Whatever they have a shit ton of effects that are boosting them.
Yeah, it's like he's casting one thing, and then it's like simultaneously casting other things. That's crazy. Like a cast on death or something. I don't know.
It seems to be some sort of like effect. Actually, I think it's something to do with shock that it gets that down. But look at the spread and look at what's happening there. So like as soon as like I think some sort of effect is reached, it just like cools down the whole lightning and everything. It's kind of
Yeah.
fun.
Oh, I think it's cast on shock then, maybe. Yeah,
It would be, yes.
something like that. Yeah, that's cool. That looks nice. Also, this bar at the bottom of the screen looks kind of odd.
That's what I'm saying.
How did he get that? Is that a mod or is that? Oh no, he's playing on PlayStation or something. That would be the only reason that would be like that.
No, I mean like the effects. That's the stuff that's interesting. But look at the amount of destruction that's happening right now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, everything dies. Then it's just.
He's
the
using the
chain
same
reaction.
build. He's using a similar build that we're using for sure. Because look at the health thing. It's not health. It's all mana.
Yeah, he's using the chaos inoculation on the energy shield. Yep.
Yep. Chaos Actuation is great. As soon as it comes down, you're just like, yeah, nah, you can't kill me.
Yeah,
it's
the
nice,
interesting
like-
to try that.
It's like everybody's like, oh, hey, I need my Chaos resistance. No, what if you could make Chaos life, actually?
Yes. Looks fun.
Have you guys been following the latest NVIDIA thing? The GPU?
Yeah, and unless there's a new update that we're not aware of.
No, they just recently announced that they had about $100 million sale in just 12 hours.
Oh, cool. That's pretty good.
You mean if the
Yeah.
new GPU is a 50 series?
I think so, yeah, the latest one.
Yeah, no shit, that makes a lot of sense.
Good to hear. Yeah, that's gonna be an insane GPU.
What
I'm
the
looking at requests. None of the regulars right now, but
I'm like watching a video that makes no sense. What the fuck is this shit?
I see Jordan down there. Maybe he wants to join us.
Nice.
Ian said he'll join soon. He's just in Mario's space.
Yeah, I saw that. They're having a little bit of a geopolitical incursion, let's just say that. There's nothing quite like a bunch of people that are yelling at each other for no fucking reason. Actually, no, there is a reason. My politics, bruh. That's the reason.
Politics, yeah.
I keep throwing this accusation at him, like, because he's not in Germany, he's not in the US, and like throw a bunch of accusations at him. So like, well, I'm not talking to you because you're from X, Y, Z country. It's like, so hang on a second. This person's coming up with a super valid question. You're not going to answer it because I don't know, wrong nation.
Yeah.
Kind of racist.
It's kind of retarded. Yeah.
I was ready to tell you there. Okay, let's check some messages. I'm almost done with my food here. Alright, let's see.
What are you eating?
Meat.
Nice.
Elon's bedside table got leaked again. The Diet Cokes everywhere.
Oh yeah, he posted it. He posted that image himself. Yeah.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, that's where it came from. Yep. He has a drinking problem. Like, oh my god, bro, he's not consuming so much of that shit. I'm surprised. Like, dear god.
That's a lot. Surprised Diet Coke. Like,
I don't know. It's funny because if you're ever wondering what all the people in the tech space are drinking so much Diet Coke, well, look no further. It's kind of funny.
interesting.
And it gets more interesting because it's not the first time that his bedside table had been leaked. And I think the first time it was a
Well,
gun.
the last time was the gun, right? The toy gun.
Yeah.
And the Diet Coke.
Remember that? Yeah.
And since then, the tech people being into Diet Coke has exploded as a phenomenon. So that was the first time. This is just a second. So now more people's like, I'm still not drinking fucking Diet Coke. There we go. It's another thing we disagree on, and that's another thing where we're different. I don't drink Diet Coke. I won't.
Diet
I
Coke.
do like the flavor of it though. It's pretty damn good. I like Coke in general. The taste is like,
Regular Coke. Yeah.
it's, look, I know it's toxic for you. I know it's fucked up. But goddamn, that shit tastes so good.
I have to agree.
Before there was Red Bull, Diet Coke was a way that you could get caffeine in moderate amounts. So it was in boarding school, and I don't know whether it was true or not, or whether we were just retards. But if you needed to stay up late, you just drink Diet Coke, and that was the way to do it.
Nice. Yeah, it's funny because I still remember when I first had like Red Bull. I drank it just to see what it would be like. Tested it out. I was like, this hits just like coffee. I can just make myself a shit ton of instant coffee, gobble it all down, and feel the effects. Why am I buying this shit for a higher price? That was literally my reason. And God, did I used to drink a lot. You know, with instant coffee, you can just kind of, you can take like 2 tablespoons or 3 tablespoons and mix it into something that is like, is going to fill up a shot glass or something, like 2 shot glasses, and just gobble it down. Absolutely fucking disgusting, by the way. Horrifying taste. That shit's going to keep you up all night.
My first encounter with Red Bull was in Budapest in my junior year of high school, at a bar, understandably. And it was a really interesting experience. But I don't think it was widely available in the U.S. at that point. It was like the mid-'90s.
No.
Interesting.
There was, Matcha shirts was still starting out back then.
What's that?
That's just crazy. Matcha shirts. You know, the Red Bull dude.
Oh, no, I don't actually know the Red Bull dude. I remember the cartoons.
He's got fucking huge. You ever been in one of those hangars? It's great. He's an Austrian. In Austria, he has well, he's dead now, by the way. But the guy created Red Bull. He has like these 2 hangars. They're created by an Austrian architect. Oh, fuck, I forgot his name. Really good architect, by the way. I know the guy. He's a pretty cool dude. Older dude. You'll love him if you meet him. Oh, I forgot his name. Buchstaller. That's the one. Sorry, Buchstaller. That's the one. There's a guy designed 2 of his hangars and the big outer house that's in Austria. Very interesting thing. You ever been inside one of those? You can actually go there. You can actually go there. It's a tourist. Just go in there and just...
I'm looking at, is that Hangar 7? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. I think right next to the airport. Yeah, it's fucking great. There's all of his toys in there. You know, dude, I gotta tell you a fucking funny story. So, well, not really funny, but I was there, and there was this glass bridge in the hangar. You can walk on this glass bridge, and it goes to like so the hangar is like this curved thing, which I'm pretty sure you're now looking at. It's like a bubble almost. That's kind of in half. That's what it looks like for those people who can't see it. And one of the hangars has this glass walkway. So you're walking on glass, really cool thing, that leads to a little chamber that's also made out of glass. And sometimes they host shows in there, like talk shows and such. Really fucking cool, by the way. Anyways, I'm walking on the glass bridge and I'm looking down. And do you know the plane that flew through the hangar in one of the James Bond movies? The older ones?
Yeah.
That plane was beneath my feet.
Oh wow.
And do you know what's interesting? About a week or so after I was there, that same fucking plane crashed.
Really? Oh shit.
So those are the last people to see it in person. So that fucking plane crashed, and the pilot inside died, but he died after like the crash was complete because they had to pilot it into an area where it wouldn't do any damage. It crashed, and yeah, he died unfortunately. But there was even, I think, there was a person nearby who was trying to resuscitate him and all. It's kind of an interesting story. But yeah, there's Hangar 7. There's a plane there. Even one of the Formula One cars, there's a few of those there as well. I sat in one. That's great. It's very constricting, man. So that's pretty cool. Bunch of shirts. There's also a pretty sick restaurant in there as well. Food's kind of weird, but the ambiance is crazy cool.
And
Yeah,
the burger is on the
on the list. That looks super
Fine.
cool.
There's others as well. There's a lot of cool shit in Austria. It's a very small place, by the way. Like the Salzburg, that's where I've been. A very small place. Annoying as shit to get around, to get around by car though. Like at that point, I just recommend you walk. Because fuck man, it literally can take you longer to get around by car than it would on foot. This is actually the thing with most European cities. You can get places on foot. American cities, so fucking big you can't walk anywhere. Gotta take a car. European cities, everything is dense as fuck. You can walk around. Like, hey, want to go to the supermarket? Yeah, sure, let's go walk there. Fucking US? Nah, man, you could take like 30 minutes. 30, 40 minutes. Hello, buddy, what's up, dude?
What's up, buddy? Hey, thank you again.
My pleasure.
While you're eating healthy, I'm sipping on Guinness.
Hey, I can't judge. I haven't tried it before, but I will try it in the future. But dark beers, in my opinion, have a very good taste.
Oh yeah, So from me to you guys, Prost. I had no idea. I had no idea you're German. Actually, I posted a couple pictures from the casino in Baden-Baden, Germany. That was beautiful architect on that side.
Nice.
And yeah, that's why I was like so invested when I was in Germany and I saw the fiasco with the Arab Muslims because it just does not mesh well. But yeah, I've never been to Austria, but I can tell you what I did buy when I was in Germany. I did buy an Eddie Strobel bicycle. So they don't make those anymore. So the market value was like at least $1,000. And but yeah, I took that sucker pretty much everywhere because yeah, I mean like literally you can get from place to place faster on a bicycle or maybe sometimes walking than just taking the bus. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. Which other places? Which other places in Europe have you been? You ever been to Spain? I like Spain.
No, I've been to Italy, Germany, Hungary,
Mm.
Poland, and Ukraine.
Nice, nice. Do you like Italy? Is
Yeah.
Italy your favorite?
Not really. They have the same issue in Germany. I do love Germany. The architect in Germany, like the buildings are just beautiful, man. The country is beautiful. It's just they need to get their shit together and get back on track and put Germans first. And same thing in every European country, to be honest with you. I've been to a lot of different countries, specifically Middle East, because that was my specialty, is counterterrorism. Believe it or not, I loved Afghanistan. I spent almost 6 months over there, and I hopped around in different regions. The terrain is gorgeous. The cities are shitty, obviously, because they live in huts and stuff like that. But yeah, the terrain is gorgeous. It's a shame what's going on over there. And Ukraine, by the way, Ukraine is gorgeous, beautiful. Hopefully the war ends. And by the way, if you guys have money, I don't. If you guys have money, I highly suggest that you find real estate agents now and buy properties in Ukraine. Because after the war, after the war, if you end up buying property after the war, that property's got to go 3-4 folds easily.
I don't know if you guys have seen the TV series Sharp, which is it's an English series based on some children's novels about the Napoleonic Wars, which says something about what English children used to read. But the entire thing, except for the later episode, the sort of like reboot when they were talking about the later seasons when they were in India, the whole thing was filmed in Ukraine. And like I was shocked because it looks exactly like Spain, or how you think Spain and Portugal might look, but actually the entire thing was shot in Ukraine. So if you want to see what Ukraine looks like and some really, really interesting, beautiful, honestly, scenery from the country, definitely go watch Sharp. That's SHARPE.
Interesting.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Nice to speak with you all. Hey Blythe, I really love the whole interview with Musk and the FD leader and the follow-up. It was quite entertaining, and I am very glad that the whole position on Israel has been clarified, because a lot of misinformation, disinformation was put out on the FD, and I just think that the commentary was very well done. I like the idea that Jews will be protected in Germany. And it is true that the waves and hordes of migrants that have flooded into Germany have high levels of anti-Semitism, and there's been a lot of persecution of the Jewish people. And the AfD is very much of this mindset to protect Jews, and they've been, seen as evil and whatnot. They're not Nazis, far from it. And I'm very optimistic and confident that Elon will put the right, not put the right people, whoops, Freudian slip. Elon Musk will see to it that the people of Germany have a very friendly government through his persuasion and willpower.
Wait, what the? That's funny. I told people to download the Grok app way before XAI themselves did. They just released it like 43 minutes ago.
Oh wow.
43 minutes
Yeah, I
ago.
had it like 2
Download
days ago.
Grok. Like, actually, by the way. Yeah.
I tried it out. It's pretty good, yeah.
I forgot about that. It's kind of funny. I think they invited me on that space as well. That's fucking hilarious.
I really wish he spoke. It would have been funny.
Sure, but I'm just not sure what that might cause.
Hey, Adrian, I'm gonna DM you something, and you'll understand how I ended up in Europe and whatnot. It's a pretty fun fact about me.
Certainly. what the fuck is this? I'm just looking at something now. That's funny. Nice. It's also cool, the German part of X found me as well now, so that's pretty cool.
Nice.
Nice. I might try to do the German space of the future. Who knows? Might. Would be fun. Would be definitely fun. I'd be down for it. Yeah. Aside from that, it was a pretty busy week. Probably we'll do less spaces on the weekends, I think. We'll see. But yeah, because I mean, look, throughout the week, actually, since Christmas, I hadn't taken a single, I haven't really taken a break of any kind at all. Hell, I haven't even played any games in that time. The only game I've played was Fortnite because somebody effectively forced me to do so, and I was like, actually, fuck it, let's do it. I was like, I haven't done this before. Let's see if I can actually learn it. It's a first-person shooter game. They're kind of counterintuitive, but it'll work. Fuck, that game is extremely counterintuitive, but you'll get it. You'll get it at some point.
It was entertaining. Yeah.
Yeah. You're matched up with people there.
If you want to do chess, I'm ready.
I know you'll wipe my ass out with that.
You're very good at chess, yeah. You and Molson are both very, very skilled.
Molson says a lot of insane shit, so nobody believed him that he was actually good.
But he actually is really good.
And he was really rubbing it in everyone's faces. I'm like, bro, this guy.
I told you guys.
It was really late when we played where I am, so I hope we can have games earlier.
Another rematch.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. Yeah.
I'll coax him out a little bit. Maybe I'll be down for it. I'm just waiting for all the political shit to blow over and just disappear because I'm so tired of it. Nice. My following count looks perfect. See, it's a bunch of ones.
Nice.
Did you guys, had a chance to follow the World Championship, the Rapid and Blitz?
Just a little bit, listed highlights and stuff like that. It's interesting, but yeah, I don't follow it super close.
Yeah, there was a controversy for the dress code.
I remember that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Magnus Carlsen was wearing jeans, which is supposed to be normal dressing, but then he got disqualified for violating the rules. I mean, it's crazy.
Wild.
Yeah.
So strict. Doesn't like it. It's always funny when Magnus shows up late or something, and then he still wins the match somehow, and everybody's like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, he wins. There is a fair share of people who still believe Magnus is the world champion because he didn't play in the world championship. I mean, even I think Magnus is the GOAT.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I think we'll only know if Magnus and Gukesh actually plays in the upcoming World Championship. But I mean, in my opinion, I think he's the best, Magnus. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, he's just a little uninspired. It seems like he doesn't really care that much to play the big events as much anymore.
Actually, he doesn't like the time format that FIDE suggested. It's because of that. Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder if he goes on X at all. It'd be cool if we got an interview with him or something.
Yeah.
So I have a fun question for the audience, I guess, or the panel. Are you guys on the electric car spectrum or a gas?
I do
like
both.
these, yeah.
I do both. So I have a Tesla Model 3. I've had it for 2.5 years, and it is a fucking lifesaver. I was talking to, so I used to commute once a week to DC and back, and the autopilot. So you know why? You know how I figured it out? I was driving back and forth in a 4Runner, and this was like a 2018 4Runner with like no automation, no cruise, whatever. And I kept driving past accidents. And what I would find is that there were 2 cars, and there was a 3rd car involved in the accident as well, and it was a Tesla. But the Tesla would be stopped behind the accident with no damage to the vehicle, because what happened was the autopilot had kicked in and stopped it from being involved. So it was involved, right? But it was not damaged because it braked before it got involved in, before there's actual damage to the car. So I was like, and I saw this on like 95, like 4 or 5 times. I was like, son of a bitch, you got to get me one of those. So it did.
I hate 95.
It's amazing. It's like, so you go back and forth. Like I go to New York City once a week or so, and it's just you jump into the car, boom, turn on the autopilot, get you there, piece of cake, get you home, charges enough to get you. I live in Eastern Connecticut, so it's like it's a wonderful vehicle, and it has saved my ass so many times on long drives, like I can't even count. The other car, right, is so the only thing that stinks about the Tesla, and it's not a thing about the Tesla, it's more a thing about charging, is that I like to go hang out in the mountains in New Hampshire and Vermont, where there aren't a whole lot of charging stations, or we're like at hotels and there's guest charging. Like they're generally speaking, it's a bunch of other yuppie assholes just like me. And so the chargers are like oversubscribed. So to do that, I have a 4Runner again, which is my other like favorite car in the universe. I think I'll probably drive a 4Runner and a Tesla till the day I die. But like they serve different purposes, but like the Tesla wound up being the, I didn't think so. I thought I'd wind up thinking like, oh, it's a golf cart, but it's just fucking amazing. It's the best car I've ever driven.
It's great. It's gonna save a lot of people's lives in the future because the more Teslas that are on the road, the safer the overall driving environment's going to be, right? So
that's just the thing. You feel like you're in this bubble because, and it's not like they are, of course, very well built, but you feel like you're in this bubble where there's just like this gentle, like invisible hand of God that's just kind of nudging you away from trouble all the time, and like that's the first thing. And the second one is that like when I'm driving it, I don't feel a need to rush anywhere because there's not as much mental energy required to actually operate the vehicle. So you're like, whatever, cool. I'll just like chill at 65, 68 and like do whatever, like have a conversation, chill out. And it doesn't really, you don't feel like you need to rush because I've always found that the rushing part of driving is because either like I'm really amped up for some reason. So yeah, I got pulled over the other day. I've been pulled over exactly three times in my life. One of them was when I had an unregistered motorcycle, which is like, it makes me sound a lot more badass than I actually am. But it was the registration was in the mail. It got nollied. That was when I was like 19 years old. The second time was on my way to New Hampshire to Porkfest in Vermont, and I got pulled over. Yeah, it's a libertarian Aliyah to Lancaster, New Hampshire once a year. And I really had to go to the bathroom, so I was driving like 85, and I got let off with a warning. And the third time was about 2 months ago, and there I just had a crown fitted, and I was really like bent out of shape because I hate dental work. And so I passed from a 50 to a 35. I didn't slow down, and I got dinged. So, but yeah, the other thing with the Tesla is like you just set it and forget it, and it just handles the whole thing. So, oops, like I've changed the zones, it slows you right down.
Yeah.
I've never been pulled over in a Tesla.
Awesome. Yeah, FSD is super fun, super relaxing. You can just chill, do some work or whatever you need to do while you're driving. It's awesome.
It was actually one of those technologies that I've defended a lot. I still remember like when I first started out with Spaces and actually got into the Tesla scene. That was like one of those things everybody attacked Tesla for, like the FSD and saying it's this and that. I'm like, it's actually none of those things, and everybody's knowing what the fuck's going on. So let me tell you what's going on. And it's very funny. So yeah, it's great to hear people actually have something positive to say about the technology and not be surrounded by a bunch of Tesla Q-maniacs. That's a refreshing change. These people, man.
I don't understand. Like people talk about it. There was some stupid story, like the NTSB. It was earlier today on some other part of Twitter. The NTSB was like investigating, accidents involving, actual smart summon, and it was like how many accidents? Right. Well, no one was hurt. And how many accidents were there? 4. And you're like, all right. Well, so like we know from the analytics of this thing that the average accident rate on FSD is I think it's 10x better. I think it's like 1 accident per 7, maybe better than that, like 6 or 7 million miles, as opposed to, 1 accident per 400,000 miles. So you already know that the driver assist is like massively reducing it. But they're like, oh no, we're still going to be up this company's ass because, God forbid, like someone dinged someone in a parking lot going 3 miles an hour with Smart Summit. It's the dumbest thing.
I agree. I don't have a Tesla, by the way. I have 2 German cars.
What kind of driving do you do?
So I'm in Northern Virginia, so I have the same nightmare of the I-95.
I am so sorry that my heart goes out to you.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous, man. That's why my Instagram is literally, my handle on Instagram is like, I hate I-95.
Where do you drive to and from without, I don't want to pry into your personal life. You don't need to like tell me your home address, but like, what's your commute like?
Well, I'm in Stafford, Virginia right now, and before I got fired from the government, I used to drive either to Quantico, so that's a pretty short commute, and or sometimes I go to Congress for briefings with the Armed and Service Committee and the Intelligence Committees, and and sometimes I go to Fort Meade, Maryland, and that's like each way you're looking at like anywhere between 2 hours to 3 hours.
Yeah, but like it's a couple hours, and like the thing that sucks about it is that you're on that really dark. If you're going out to Fort Meade, particularly, you're on that dark like parkway that they've got. So it's not 95. It's that other highway. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, 495.
Yeah, 495. So like that's which sucks. But like seriously, a Tesla, perfect for that drive. So I used to come down. So I'm coming from Connecticut, so it's a straight shot 95 through Baltimore, and then you get off and you head to DC. And I'd usually come in and then get off by New York Avenue, and then drive down New York Avenue. I lived on 16th Street, so like it was a pain in the ass long drive. But the Tesla like handles it. Like nighttime, great, keeps you centered in your lane. It doesn't matter. You got to stay awake, obviously, otherwise the car is going to have a fit and get angry with you. But like for that kind of driving, for that kind of distance, it just takes. I mean, if you're driving from Connecticut to DC, the strategy is you've got to be through New York by 6:30 in the morning. Otherwise, you're fucked. Because what'll happen is you'll hit the rush hour traffic in New York and Jersey, and you're toast. So if you can be through New York by 6:30, right, and then that means you're through North Jersey by 6:45, 6:50. Just go down the West Side Highway over the GW and down. That means you're just straight shot New Jersey Turnpike. You might hit a little rush hour traffic in Baltimore, and then after that, it's just a easy plain sailing into DC. So like I know that route really, really, really well. And then like Northern Virginia, I had to drive out to George Mason all the time to go teach, which was a real pain in the neck. And the traffic was terrible. But like with a Tesla, you just literally say, okay, you talk to the car, you push a button, you go, hey, Tesla, give me driving directions to wherever. Car goes, okay, it beeps at you. And then you push go, right? You click your button and it just takes you there. Like today, it even took me, I put in a gym because as I mentioned earlier, I got fat after the gold standard, after the US went off the gold standard. And so I blame Nixon for that. But like I asked to go to this gym. I was like, cool, take me there. And it took me to the front door, like in the parking lot. So they're really iterating really well on it. And it's for anybody who has to drive 2 hours, it's the perfect, it can get you to your destination. You can get out of your car, you can drive home, and you'll probably have, I think with the newer stuff, you'll have more left over than I would. But like I'll drive to New York and back and I'll have, which is 2.5 hours each way, and I'll have 25% battery left when I get home. So it's really like for long commutes. And what you should do, watch Jason Camisa's, he gave an interview about it the other day. And I can't remember what show it was on. It wasn't like a full, like the usual like Haggerty car specials that you get, but he just gave a long interview about the Model 3. And he said it's the best commuting car ever made. His only complaint, and I think probably the reason I'm going to hang on to this Model 3 that I have until I die, is that they got rid of the stalks in the newer Model 3s, so you have to use a push button to do indicators. And I think the theory there is that the automation is going to get so good that like it's gonna be redundant for you to ask the car to switch lanes because the car is going to be good enough on its own. I prefer the stocks personally, but like he said, it's the best commuting car ever made. It's the new Model 3 in particular has better suspension. It's quieter in the back. They've reduced the noise. They've increased the range by doing some tweaks to the shape, and then they've also got some tweaks to the tires, which will increase the range. So you've got like a 380-mile range, like car that does 0 to 60 in 3.7 seconds, and rides like a Model 3, or not a Model 3, rides like an M3, like. Okay, like at that point, why are you driving an M3 or a Mercedes where like you sit there? The thing that gets me, what really grinds my gears? It's when like they have Mercedes, right? Mercedes really grinds my gears because Mercedes peaked in the 1990s when they had what was it? I can't remember the exact model number, but like what the hell is it? The really boxy ones that they were doing in the early 90s, right? Like the early E-Class with the nice orange speedometer and the big chunky.
Yeah,
and the what the
yeah,
hell
the
E500. Exactly. What the hell's the generation name? I can't remember the generation name off the top of my head. But like the 500E, it wasn't the E500, it was the 500E. Like so that was like the turbo like E-Class like that had the Porsche that had to like jam a big engine into. But like even the regular like E320 back then was like sick. It was this big tank. It pioneered the sedan design that like everybody else used. Then Lexus came along and Lexus built something really similar with the LS400. And so like that like form factor was perfect. And you get into one today, right? And so getting into a Model 3 is more like getting into a 1990s Mercedes than getting into a Mercedes is like getting into a 1990s Mercedes, because you step into a Model 3 that's like, it's really plain, it's really simple. You've got one screen, everything's on the screen, it's not obtrusive, and you just like feel like it's functional, right? Yes, there's a giant iPad in it, but it is a functional fucking iPad. It is an iPad which does no more than is necessary than just to get the car functioning. You then get into a Mercedes, right? They've bolted on some monitor on the what is it? The EQS is like laughable. I got to ride in one of those in London, and they have a screen. They have multiple screens all across the front dash. So in front of the driver, they've got your standard gauge cluster. And of course, the gauge cluster, there's a knob so you can select different things. And like if it's in sport, it's red, and if it's this, it's blue, and if it's that, it's green. So it's like an ADHD like nightmare of a UX. They then have the big screen in the middle, right, which runs up and down at a funky and awkward angle, and that's what controls your climate control and everything else. And then over on the right, above the glove box, they have another fucking screen, right? And then the whole front of the car is like piano key black, so the whole thing smudges and looks like shit the minute you turn the car off. And like stepping into a Tesla feels like the 1990s Mercedes. Stepping into a Mercedes feels like, I don't know, it feels like stepping into like
Hyundai.
Like the Homer mobile from The Simpsons. Like it's just this crazy, like intense, like confused experience where they're like, shit, Teslas are really good, and like they have a screen, so we're gonna put more screens so we can be more Tesla than Tesla, without understanding that like Tesla's kind of recaptured that essential, like that spirit where it's like, cool, I just get in, the thing works. Like it doesn't bother me. I don't have to think about the car too much. So like, so in case it's not clear by now, like I love old Mercedes Benzes. I have one. It's currently in the shop, but I do have an old Mercedes 320 SLK, which is currently in the shop with some electrical problems, and it's 25 years old, so we can forgive it that. And then the Tesla is just like, it's the next best thing. Like if you could take like a 1980s Mercedes and put Tesla guts in it, like one of the old like 500 SL convertibles, and put Tesla guts in it, to me that would be like the ultimate vehicle. But like seeing as that doesn't exist, I'll just have to wait until I make enough money to buy a Tesla Roadster and then just do it then. So yeah, I'm a big fan.
The SpaceX package. Yeah.
SpaceX back with some rockets on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah, I love the Tesla. I've been driving the Model Y around, and there's
How's
something
that?
like nice about it. Oh, it's great. It's got like a ton of room in the back. So if you ever need to like pull over and sleep or something, you can put a mattress in there or whatever you need to put in there. And it's nice and roomy and everything like that. It goes really quick too, and yeah, it's just got that kind of like nice simplicity about it, but at the same time, it has this really advanced technology in it. So there's like this, yeah, it's really nice. I just love it.
Hold on, I'm just pulling up old Mercedes model codes. So
I have a 2023 X3 M competition.
very nice.
BMW.
Very, very
Yeah.
nice. That is a very respectable. That is an extremely respectable car. I doff my hat to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I've been a lifetime BMW owner, and also I bought a Mini Cooper, also 2023 Mini Cooper Clubman S, and the only reason I bought it because they did an overhaul on everything on the technology perspective, and you guys probably know Mini Cooper been bought by BMW because it was a shitty brand, and if it was not for BMW, they would have been bankrupt by now.
What do you think? I mean, so I knew that they had some reliability issues, and so like I wasn't a fan, and my wife quite likes them, and I was just like, I'm not so sure. But like, what's your impression been of the Mini?
Well, the new ones after I think 2010, extremely stable. The old ones, they're pretty wobbly. The noise reduction is shit. Like it's not there. And the 2023, the one I have, the Clubman, man, that thing is a tank. It's like you close the door, it feels like the old school, like a Mercedes or a BMW and whatnot, and like you don't hear anything outside. And the sound system is great. The technologies in there are great. I mean, obviously nothing like Tesla, but the infotainment system is exactly the same as BMW. Everything is in there as BMW. Like literally, you open the hood, and like every component says BMW on it, and so that's that. It's the only difference is basically the manufacturing or the assembly line is in the UK. The BMW I have, it's a little bit more advanced. I have the gesture control, so I can basically do a bunch of stuff to the screen with like hand motion, and it does like a bunch of stuff for me. And also, it does not have like full self-driving capability, but like if I'm on the interstate,
it's got the traffic and the driver assist, right?
yes, it does. And if you're on the interstate, yeah, it will drive itself. It keeps you between the lane. It will basically slows down and speed up and all that stuff. And but yeah, if you don't pay attention to the cluster gauge camera, and the car will go berserk on you. So yeah, it's not like Tesla. Yeah, but I love it. It's just
Tesla get angry with you if you like. I got my first strike the other day because I was looking at my phone and the Tesla got mad at me, and it was like fuck you, asshole. Like you're not being careful enough. Here's a strike. Get 4 more of them, and so you get 5 strikes, and then on the 5th one. And it's like, of course, the car it yells at you. It's like, dude, Tesla has received telemetry that you're an asshole and you were using your phone, and you're a bad person. Now you're a bad person. If you do it 4 more times, Elon will personally come around to your house and like whack you with a cricket bat and take your car away, and you won't have FSD anymore. It's like shit. So I'm on my best behavior now. But it's not as bad as like so Toyota has, like they have Toyota like they have a self-drive feature, it's like a lane assist. It's not a self-drive, and like it just makes you. It's really annoying because it makes you nudge the steering wheel like every 20 seconds, right? And Teslas used to be a little more annoying like that, like where they would kind of say, "Hey, tap the steering wheel," but now,
Because it's having connection issues.
yeah, now they don't have that, which is great. So it's just behavior. So like, as long as your eyes are front, you're paying attention to the road, like the car's not going to ask you to nag it. It's not going to nag you, so it's which is really helpful. Yeah, it's really super helpful, but you got to pay attention.
Yeah, the reason I'm like I've always drove BMW M. Like my very first car was in M3, and it was like the E39. Then I drove that thing into oblivion. Then I bought a 2008 Z4M, and I drove that until basically I put like 250,000 miles on it, and I didn't get rid of it until 2020, and I bought the first X3M that actually came out, and somebody ran me off the road on actually on I-95. I was coming off the Ram.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I totaled it. Then I bought the and then I basically insurance took care of it, thank God, and obviously, but then I got the 2023 the competition model, and I love it, man. That thing, it drives like hell, and I love the exhaust sound. That's just like
it does zero. That'll do 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds. The competition, right? It's like 2.8.
The fastest I've done mine, it was a 3.2.
I don't know. Sounds like a skill issue to me.
I don't race. Yeah, I don't buy the M engine to race them. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. I don't really think it's a skill. No, that's fine. Obviously, yeah, and I probably need to brush up on that. But the only reason I buy the M engine because they're built for tough roads, I guess, or like a competition and racing. So like the suspensions, the engine is a lot tougher than a regular BMW, so they last longer. And I don't race, so that's not my thing. Like it's funny, like every time I get to like a stoplight or something, I get some jackass in his Mustang or something. It was like pumping his gas. It was like, "Hey, you want to go?" I was like, "Dude, give me a break." I'm not playing your game.
It's interesting you mentioned that. I was in London. I go to London a bunch, and the Ubers over there are amazing, right? So you summon an Uber in New York City, and it's like, I don't know, like a Buick or it's like a Prius or something. You summon an Uber in London, and then like an E-Class shows up, and I was talking to the guy about it. Just whatever. It's like I'm never going to complain about riding in the back of a Mercedes. And apparently the cars, they're having trouble because they buy them and they've got these big wheels, like 19 or 20 inch. I don't know what it is. I'm not a big expert on wheels. So they have these big wheels with these really thin tires. And what happens is they keep blowing out the tires and then cracking the rims on potholes. So they're getting these cars, like in the cab companies are getting these cars, and then they're taking them out on the roads, and then a pothole just like cracks the rim, and you've got a multi-$1,000 repair because you've got to do this because the car is built to run with these really, really super thin looking tires instead of tires that actually work. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So it's interesting that you mentioned that the M3 is built more heavily than your standard 3 Series. Which I wasn't aware of. I thought that basically they just like sport tuned it and dropped in a bigger engine, or like I don't know, like tune the engine so that it gets more output. But I don't know a lot about it. I just know they're fast.
Yeah, no, actually, the outside look, they may look the same, but everything on the guts is different. Even the frame on the inside is different. Is built a lot tougher. One thing, like if you guys buy any car. Honestly, this is what I do when I buy a new car. get the road and hazard coverage. What that does, if you have bigger wheels with thin tires, I mean, I can go into the, I can be nerdy and go to the specs for those, but by the road and hazard coverage, and what that does, like if you basically hit a pothole and damages your wheel, tire, and everything, and damages like the suspension or anything else, you'll be covered. And you'll take it to the shop, to your dealer, basically, and they will fix it up for free. And they'll replace the wheel.
Yeah, but then they'll jack up. Then they'll jack up your premiums when the time comes to renew it.
Nope.
Because really, I don't know. I'm very, very hesitant to ever report anything to an insurer. I accidentally managed to have some close contact with a mailbox the other day in the 4Runner, which left a very minor dent. And you could do one of two things. Well, it was my fault, so I guess there was no reporting it to the insurer. But like the with that kind of you look at it and you're like, oh well, it's an accident. It's like it's just no sense. Just go down to the body shop, get the dent taken out. I initially thought I couldn't figure out how the dent got there, and I initially thought someone else had dinged it. And then what happened was I realized that in fact, when I was moving some office furniture, I had heard something go clunk, and I wasn't quite sure what it was. And then I realized it was a mailbox. The mailbox was fine. The 4Runner was less fine. So oops.
I feel bad for the mailbox.
Well, I mean, the mailbox kicked my car's ass. The mailbox didn't move an inch. So, which is not ideal, but it's fine. I just got a dent. I'm just gonna get it taken out.
Yeah, hit me up later. I can probably help you out with how to fix it at home if you want.
No. If I do that, I'll guaranteed rip off the body panel or something, and then I don't know, get electrocuted by the wire harness. I don't know what. I will figure out a way to make the situation worse. So I would much rather just go, pay the fee and get it dealt with. The 4Runner is a dope car. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it, but I'm a big fan of 4Runners. That's my first car was a 4Runner back in 2000. So my first car was a third generation 4Runner with a V8 in it. And it was a limited. It was a sort of off, creamy white with nice leather seats on the inside. It was pretty cool. And then my second car was a Tacoma. Third car was a 4Runner, and my fourth car was also a 4Runner, and that's one of the two cars that I currently drive. And they're just they're these big. They feel manual, right? Everything about them. It's got a manual transfer case for the 4-wheel drive, so you get this nice satisfying clunk when you put it into 4-wheel drive, and then when it's in 2-wheel drive, there's still a physical connection to the gearbox, so the thing vibrates and makes an annoying noise, and it's so satisfying. You're like, my car is making an annoying noise because it is this big greasy relic of a bygone era, and if the Russians set off an EMP, this thing would still go. And I can make it to my bunker in the mountains, which I don't actually have, but that's one of my life goals is to have a mountain bunker. And it's this really satisfying thing that just it grunts and it bounces, and I love it.
Dude, I love Toyotas. We had when I was deployed in Iraq and a few other places, we had a lot of not 4Runners but Land Cruisers, up armored.
Yep.
SUVs. Man, you just can't kill that engine on those suckers. Literally,
was it the 300? Was it the Land Cruiser 300 series? So the last gen before they protoed everything?
No, it was before it became gay.
before they took the Land Cruiser and killed it, buried it, dragged its corpse out of the grave, then started beating the corpse with a cricket bat, and then I don't know, microwaved it and tried to serve it to people as lunch. I hate what they've done to the Land, honestly, to the Land Cruiser and to the 4Runner, because they've got this little. They took this little shitty 4-banger and put it in. And so Toyota, for those of us who are not Toyota like fanboys, Toyota historically has made trucks that are like nigh indestructible. Top Gear did a whole bit with them where they took a Toyota and killed it every which way they could. They threw it in the ocean. They put it on top of a building that was slated to be demolished. They blew up the building. They then retrieved the Toyota, and then at the end of the episode, they drive this working Toyota that's been beat to hell, and it drives into the studio under its own power. And that was a Hilux that did that, which is their like sort of standard off-road truck. And historically, like they've been built to be super duper reliable. Now, for reasons that really are known only to God, in the next generation of stuff that they've come out with, they sort of decided to make everything look really hyper boxy, which is kind of like, I don't know, 2017 called They Want Their SUV Back. And then they took the 5-speed transmission, which was totally bulletproof, out of the 4Runner. And I don't know what they had in the Land Cruiser, but they had a great, like, they had a V8 in the old Land Cruiser, which was amazing. It just purred along, and like they were designed to drive 400,000 miles without braking. And then they killed the Land Cruiser and then merged it into sort of kind of killed the 4Runner, and then put everything on a common platform with an 8-speed transmission that keeps blowing up, and this little 4-banger hybrid which kind of like it sounds like a vacuum cleaner or a Roomba that's powering the car, and it's underpowered as shit. They then decided to hybridize it, right? So they're like, yes, we must burnish our green credentials. We will turn the 4Runner into a hybrid, and we will do that on all of the upper level trims, like all of the sweet 4Runners. We're going to put a fucking hybrid battery in it. Okay, great. They're putting a hybrid battery in. Super. Surely I will not notice this hybrid battery. It will just be something which blends into the background and is seamlessly, hidden away. No. Instead, they put it in the trunk. So your loading floor of your boot is now 5 inches higher than it otherwise would be, which means that all of the shit that you used to be able to fit into the 4Runner and the Land Cruiser, you no longer can, because there's a big fucking battery there. Then they go out to all of the fucking influencers, right? The Toyota fanboy influencers. And they're like, all right, cool. Like, here, you're going to get early access to the truck. You're going to get whatever. And so the only people who got the early access to the vehicle were people who were going to say nice things about it. And so I'm sitting there watching these things. I literally, I watched this stuff and then went out to the dealer and bought a 4Runner immediately and said, this is the last of the great V6 4Runners. It's like the last of the V6 Interceptors, from Mad Max. I was like, this is it. This is the last great car they will ever make. And they're sitting there going, oh, well, we've got this battery in the trunk. And that, of course, raises the floor by 5 or 6 inches, which, of course, makes things smaller. But check this out. There's a little gap, and if you pick this up, it's a helpful little shelf with a little compartment in the back. Look, oh, isn't that a helpful little compartment? And you're like, so you just cut down the trunk size, but because the battery isn't actually designed to fit in the entire trunk, what's going to happen is we'll cut the battery short, take up some more fucking space, and we're going to make it a useless little compartment. The only thing you could fit in there is, I don't know, some sailing line, like a hose, which and I don't know why you would want a hose on that car, except maybe to hook it up to the exhaust so you could fucking kill yourself because you're driving the worst Toyota ever made. So, it's just, anyway, I'm done.
Despite the safety issue, can you imagine you get hit from the rear?
Yeah, you get hit from the rear, and all of a sudden there's a giant battery flying towards you. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Lithium is all over the place. Yeah.
Well, and unlike a Tesla, it's not like it's contained under the frame. It's like in the cab, they have a giant battery, sitting in the cab of the car. It's totally, because it's a body on frame, right? So because they want it to feel and look trucky, right? Because that's what the things are. But then they ripped out everything that makes it a truck, except it's body on frame, which means that when they're taking that battery and they're putting it in the trunk, it's on top of the frame. It's not under the frame or incorporated into the frame, because you can see it. It's just sitting there in the cab with you. So yeah,
you have a little battery right next to you.
Nothing makes me angrier than watching classic car designs get destroyed. It like I feel like it's kind of like watching an endangered species like get wiped out by like a bulldozer so that someone can put a mall on it. Like that's kind of, it's like the same feeling. It's really terrible. And like so many, I think BMW has done a really good job. Like even though like despite the fact that their design language has been totally insane the last couple of years, like at least the cars are still good, right? And at least when you jump into a BMW, it doesn't feel like I wish they still had like analog gauges. I think if you're not going to be fully electric, it doesn't make a whole bunch of sense to like start bolting on screens everywhere because you don't need that information. The only information you need is like what gear am I in, like what's the engine revving at, and how fast am I going, which you don't need a screen for. You can do that with a gauge. So like I wish they stuck with that, but at least it still feels like it, right? Even though the BMWs have, I mean, they have kind of a cool like UI for their gauge cluster, I suppose. But like Mercedes has just gone like totally batshit. It's like watching a friend like it's like watching a friend get like on, I don't know, ayahuasca or something and then turn into some kind of weird hippie that like is like unrecognizable from the person you knew. This robust, stout character, went off into the wilderness and then they come back and they start talking about like healing crystals and shit. That's what Mercedes did.
Oh, Mercedes completely lost the plot. Like my best friend, he bought E300 brand new for his wife a few months ago, and it's got a 4-cylinder in it. And I was like, "Are you effing kidding me? Like you put in a 4-cylinder on an E300 and it felt like, and everything is plastic inside, and it feels like I'm driving like it felt like I was in a Hyundai, like a Korean car, or like some sort of a knockoff Chinese car. Like literally, it was not pleasant, and he was not happy with it. But his wife was like, "I want a Mercedes. I want a Mercedes."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Good."
A Hyundai, I think, is the right. It's a Hyundai. It's like a Hyundai that's been tarted up. Because like if you're in a Honda, like they're not going to tart it up, but again, it's not going to be creaking at you all the time. But like you sit in a Mercedes and it's like all this creaky plastic and shit that like Toyota would like, at least Toyota from the last generation never would have done, or Mercedes from back in the day never would have done. But you get into this thing and it's like they make them look, I guess, interesting, and like they put lots of things like, oh, I don't know, like multicolored changing LEDs. Which, like, I guess you can do the LED thing. Tesla does it in the new Model 3s. But, like, if you're going to do the multicolor LED, like, fine. But, like, don't make the rest of the car crap and creaky and like, piano key black, plastic everywhere that's going to smudge and looks cheap as shit. But, like, that's exactly what Mercedes has done. And they overcharge for it. And, like, E300, like, a 300 used to be like, oh, yeah, it's a 3-liter engine, right? But now it's 300 and they put a freaking 4-banger in it. And, yeah, and it sounds like cars used to sound in Europe. The new Mercedes in the United States, they underpower them, and
it sounds like Volga. Have you ever driven a Volga, like a Russian Volga?
I've never driven one, but I've driven.
Oh my god, that thing is hilarious. Okay, if you can get your hands on one. Buy it because it's pretty fun to drive, and expect a lot of or Lada. Actually, Lada is even more fun. Get one, and it's got like probably 50 horsepower. And if you're in Connecticut, there are some mountains you're not going to be able to climb, and it's got to be pretty fun. And expect a lot of towing trucks calls, but they're pretty fun to drive. They're hilarious.
My unreliable car guilty pleasure is the Land Rovers. So like the old Defender 90s that they have, or like an old 1980s, early 1990s disco. They were like terrible cars. Like they broke down all the time. They're underpowered, but they look amazing, right? And so that's like there are like shitty cars that are worth owning and driving that are objectively terrible vehicles to drive. right? Just because they look so cool. And like, it's like buying a boat. You just know that you're going to spend $5,000 trying to maintain a thing every single year until you finally decide you've had enough and you set the thing on fire or turn it in for scrap. But the old Defenders are fun like that. I like the old 80s Disco or Range Rover. Would be a really, really fun car to own. That's the kind of car you show up to the polo in while wearing a Barber and like drinking red wine on the tailgate. Like that's what you do in one of those. So those are another set of very, very fun but unreliable vehicles. Have you seen the Ineos Grenadier?
I have not, but I can talk a lot about the Defender because we had one overseas in Basra, Iraq.
Nice.
And it was up armored, and it was already like underpowered vehicle, and you put like shitload of freaking armor on it, so that thing is like a turtle, like doesn't freaking move at all. Like like literally a Humvee, it was a lot faster than that sucker. And on top of that, like we were in the middle of a recon mission, and the freaking AC broke. So it was like a freaking oven because you can't roll the windows down. So by the time we got back on base, we were like literally, I probably lost 20 pounds that just like in a few hours.
the Defender diet. So the Defender. So for those of us who don't know the Land Rover Defender, I highly recommend you look up the Defender 90, and like you'll see two versions. There's the one I'm currently selling, which looks like every other SUV on the planet. It's like rounded edges. It's got they put on the fancy wheels with alloys and shit like that. Although you can get them with steel wheels. And then they have the old version, which is this boxy thing. You will know what you're looking at if you see it, and it's this boxy, beautiful car, and you want to put a bunch of like you want to put KO2s on it that are oversized, and it looks like the kind of thing that like if you're in the middle, and this is what it was used for. If you have 30,000 acres in the middle of Scotland and you need to go shoot some deer, or you just want to go drive up the side of a mountain in Scotland and the weather's not too extreme, that's the kind of car that you want to take up and down the hill. And you'll look amazing doing it because you'll be dressed in tweed trousers, you'll have a flat cap, you'll be wearing a Barber, and you'll be holding like a Beretta shotgun, that's broken open over your arm, while your brown-haired beauty girlfriend who came from an English boarding school is sitting there hanging off your arm, and you're about to go back to your estate and drink a lot of scotch. Like that is what this car is for. It is absolutely perfect. Anyway, Land Rover got bought. Originally, it was part of the Jaguar Land Rover group. That got bought by Ford because the English car companies couldn't compete, with the American companies. And then Ford sold it to Tata, which is the Indian car group, and then Tata killed it. Right? They were like, okay, cool. So Land Rover Defender. Now we're going to make it a modern car and take all of the character out of it. So this has so offended a bunch of English old boys that they were sitting in a pub called the Grenadier, which is just off of Belgrave Square in SW1 in London. And as they were sitting in the bar, the Grenadier, they were sitting there saying, it's a real damn shame that Land Rover killed the Defender, because we really like that car. That really captured the spirit of the countryside. And then one of them happened to be the CEO of a chemical company, a European chemical company called Ineos. And he said, fuck it, I'm going to start an automotive division of Ineos, and what we're going to do is we're going to build a clone of the Defender, except it's not going to be shitty like the last one, right? So it's going to look identical. And so what they did is they put BMW, I think it's a BMW engine and transmission, and a bunch of, they've cobbled it together with different manufacturers and things like that, but it looks gorgeous. It's this big boxy thing. It looks so good that Land Rover and Tata actually sued them over the design, stating that it was a trademark of Land Rovers, and the court over in England and Wales found actually it wasn't a trademark because you never registered it, and so the image of the Land Rover, which you're no longer using, is not something which is trademarkable, and so Ineos wound up winning that. But basically, right, Land Rover had this amazing iconic car, and they completely dropped the ball, right, in terms of understanding what their core constituency of drivers actually wanted, which was a continuation of the same thing, except something that didn't break down in the snow, right? Or didn't, because like if you're driving around the desert, like that's when you want to be in a Land Rover Defender, or or at least an old one. If you're driving around in Boston, you're fucked in December. So so that's like, it's, if you Ineos Grenadier, definitely look it up. Ineos, Ineos, I think, Ineos, yeah. And it's a totally beautiful SUV.
Yeah, I agree. I think we talked about cars a lot. Mr. Adrian, I'm new to your spaces, brother. I would love to get to know who you are and what do you actually do for a living?
I work in manufacturing. Who I am is it's who I am is like kind of here.
Who would you say? Who would you say you are? Like, let's say, as a kid, growing up, and how you evolved to be who you are right now.
I don't know. It's just random stuff that keeps occurring. That's all that it is. And just my ability to see the world as others just kind of refuse to see it. What you are is just kind of whatever you want to make of yourself, really. You have only of a personality, and whatever you want to be is whatever you make of yourself. You can be anyone.
Would you classify yourself like a different from? Do you have siblings and stuff like that?
I don't really talk much about my personal life.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, for me, it was like I always classified myself as like the black sheep in the family because I grew up. Yeah, I grew up as Muslim, and in Baghdad, Iraq. And the way I learned the English, by the way, I think earlier you said you learned English from like TV shows and stuff like that. Me, it was like the blues music.
No way. You learned English from the blues.
Yeah.
I have never heard that one before. That's great. Wow.
Yeah. I used to sneak in cassettes because my family is against music, but we had the cassette player, and I used to go to the record shop, and I buy like Eric Clapton, Pink Floyd,
Yes.
yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, David Gilmour, and I have those like a little raggedy ass cheap headphones, so my family don't hear the music from my room. So I put it in my ears, and I listen. I mean, we did have like an English class, so it's basically like they teach you the basic. But that's how I learned English, is basically just listening to blues, and it plays a big part of my personality of who I am till today.
Wow.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Interesting way to learn it.
Yeah, I mean, and I was always different. Like I was like the shortest kid in school, but I was also badass. Like somebody was trying to bully me when I was in second grade, and my two older brothers, they were like just watching this guy hit me and spit on me, and I was looking at my older brothers, and I was like, "Hey, are you gonna defend your younger brother here?" And they were like just watching. So I got so angry, and was like, and I picked that kid up and beat the Jesus living out of him. And yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Then after that, it was just like fair game. It was like, hey, you pick on me, and you are going to lose a teeth or something happens.
So most of so you were always alone.
Yeah, I mean, you learn. Like, I mean, you're not gonna let people step on you. That's just the way it is, and that's for me, or who I am.
You're getting attacked all the time, probably, right?
Oh yeah. I used to get attacked all the time. Some of the teachers hated me just because I have an autistic personality as well. because I was like picking up or like a sort through their teaching. It was like, hey, this doesn't add up. Last week you said this week you said that into the same subject, but you contradicted yourself, and the teacher, like, they get upset.
That is funny. How is that? It's so. Hang on a second. You were then so later as work you were deployed in the army, and like what do you mean intelligence work? Because I think you said something about intelligence, community, and various other things. If you're at liberty to do this, of course.
Okay, so I'm gonna run through my life very quickly. I was born in the 80s under Saddam Hussein in Baghdad, and my family was very well off at the time. They were in the gold jewelry business and also textile business. And 1991, Desert Storm 1 happened, and Iraq was taken out of the SWIFT banking system. So the Iraqi government basically went bankrupt, and the Iraqi dinari went from the strongest currency in the world to the weakest almost. And then Saddam Hussein and his gang, they started going after rich people, or previously rich people in Iraq, and bribing them into oblivion to basically take cuts out of their profits. And my family was on the receiving end of that, because my dad and uncles, we have a big family, and they own a lot of businesses. And it was Qusay Saddam Hussein, one of Saddam's sons, and he runs the intelligence agency at the time. And he was like, hey, we know you guys do like gold exports and textile exports and stuff like that. We want 60% out of your profit.
Jeez.
And my youngest uncle told him to go fuck himself.
Wow.
Yeah, seriously, that's what he did. He was like, go fuck yourself. And couple months later, my youngest uncle got charged with destruction to the internal economy, and he was sentenced to death. It was 1993. And
That sentence. Wow.
yeah, so I was 7, 8 years old, and anybody who was over the age of 6 in the family, they were forced to go witness the execution, the hanging. So yeah, that happened. In 1995, my oldest uncle was charged and indicted with the same charge or the same accusation, but my dad was able to smuggle him out of the country into Jordan. And in 1998, my third oldest uncle, my dad was the second oldest in the family between his brothers and sisters. So my third uncle was charged with a destruction to the internal economy as well, and he was sentenced to death. But my dad, basically at that point, my dad sold almost the entire family properties and everything we owned to basically bribe the regime to reduce his sentence from death penalty to life in prison. He got released right before the U.S. invasion of Iraq, because Saddam Hussein gave a clemency to every prisoner, and he thought they were going to fight for him to fend off the coalition forces coming in 2003. 2003 comes in, April 9th, Saddam Hussein fell officially. April 19th, 2003, I walked out of my family's house, and I was like, hey, I need to do something different. And I knew there was like the 5th Intelligence Element headquarters of Saddam Hussein. It was about 700 yards from my family's house. So I walked over there, and I was like, hey, if I'm going to find any Americans, they're going to be over there. And sure enough, there were Americans over there. And I knew that because I was smart enough, because in 2001 they bombed the shit out of that place, and also in 2003 they bombed the shit out of that place as well. So I knew it was like of an importance to Americans at least. And so there were Americans over there, and I was like, hey, I speak English, do you have a job for me? And they were like, hell yeah, where do you live at? I was like, yeah, right down the street and whatnot. So they took my initial information, stuff like that, and they gave me a job as a linguist. Then they found out I was like, actually, I'm very talented in multiple other things, and they handed me over to the Green Beret Special Operation folks, and I ended up working with Special Operation guys, and then I became a combat linguist. So basically, I had to go through a lot of weapon trainings and stuff like that. Then I veered from that into basically do human intelligence. Basically, I recruit human intelligence in addition to my actual combat linguist job. In the process, I was blown up 4 times. I was kidnapped once and rescued.
Christ.
But yeah, in 2000.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and 2010. Yeah, I have an extensive background. 2010, I officially came to the United States after a bunch of adversity I had to face, and became a citizen. I went right back into doing actual contracting for the government. I went right back into Iraq. I did the final ISIS operation push with special operations and some Air Force elements. And after we basically wrapped up with the ISIS operations in Iraq and Syria, and I ripped off, I went to Afghanistan. I did the Afghan training and assisted program, and that was a disaster because as soon as I got there, I was reading the SOP for the program, and I was like, this is not gonna work. Anyway, got back to the United States after I did my short time over there, and I moved from Tennessee to Northern Virginia, and I continued doing contracting with the U.S. government. Then I officially became an intelligence officer, and in my bio is actually GG13. GG13 is like the highest promotable civilian government rank you can get to is GS15 or GG15. The GS is general service, GG is the designation for the intelligence community. So it's basically same rank, is just different designation. So I was a senior intelligence analyst and also specialist. Last year, when I said I was in Germany, I was the senior political advisor for Lieutenant General Agudo, which is, he led the security assistant group for Ukraine, and we were supporting the operations in Ukraine and the money laundering operation that was going on. And they went after me also because they found out I was a Republican. So actually I was sent home early. I was not supposed to come back in February this year. I was supposed to come back in August. Anyway, got back. My command, the Army Counterintelligence Command, they kept digging after me, and a couple months before the election, I texted one of my coworkers a YouTube video making fun of Kamala Harris, and they went and reported harassment allegation because of the video. And
Wow.
yeah, they suspended me, and 2 weeks before the election, they officially fired my ass. That's where I'm at, and yeah, it's pretty fun. Now I'm talking to a bunch of fun people on X Spaces.
I'm glad you're doing yourself. Yeah, it's a nice little podcast.
Yeah. So where are you gonna go from here? Like, what are you gonna do now?
Well, I applied with X. Yeah, I applied with X because they have a lot of government programs, because I still have my top secret security clearance. I got denied pretty much every position. I applied with the Trump transition team. I have not heard anything back. Hopefully they will reach back out to me because I know where the dead bodies are as far as corruption within the government and stuff like that. Yeah. Beyond that, I'm talking to people right now, making friends, and trying to do political analysis on some of the stuff, as far as, especially like when it comes to PSYOP and stuff like that. But also, I like to joke a lot. Like I love sense of humor. I have a very thick skin.
I can see that. Interesting. It's fascinating how we came across you via the German discussion there. The space we had.
Yeah, when I joined in, I was like, hey, you know what? Like, I had a first-hand experience when I was in Germany, because I came across a lot of German people. Like, I was literally walking around in different cities in Germany, especially bigger cities. I was just able, like, because I know, like, people speak in Arabic, so I was like, hey, I introduced myself and was like, hey, is there like what's your bar recommendation or restaurant and stuff like that? And just speaking Arabic to them, because then I was like, hey, where are you guys actually from? There was like, oh, Syria, Palestine, Lebanon, Iraq, and I've seen some people like from Libya and Morocco and stuff like that. But majority I came across, it was Syrians and Palestinians, actually, Lebanese. So I was like literally just getting by, just speaking Arabic.
That's crazy.
And I was like,
so you did that just so you wanted to test it out, right? Like you were thinking, let's see how let's see how the situation is. I'm just going to talk Arabic to everyone. Was that the reason why I communicated with them in Arabic?
No, I just like I walk into a place, they look Arab, and obviously they speak. Yeah, and they speak between each other, because like you got 2 or 3 people in the store and they're speaking Arabic, and I was like, okay, I'll just use my Arabic language then. And it was like everywhere.
That's insane.
Yeah, and yeah, I was amazed. Then I went to don't make fun of me. I'm probably gonna butcher the name. I think it's a town called Ingolstadt.
Yeah, okay.
It was I probably butchered the pronunciation, but what I found out over there. By the way, there's a lot of Ukrainian refugees in Germany as well. After the Ukraine-Russia war, and so yeah, I was in Ingolstadt. There was a lot of Ukrainians over there. It's a small town. And majority of them, they were like Germans. Then actually, I was like, oh, okay, well, that's pretty cool. Then actually, there's some German people here, and not like majority Arabs or a significant numbers of Arabs. And I was like, hey, I'm American. I don't speak German, and I speak in English and whatnot. And a lot of Germans, majority of them actually, they do speak English. And if you respect them, they respect you back. And I started speaking, and I started asking them. I was like, "Hey, what do you guys think about the undocumented migration here and whatnot?" Because we have the same issue in the United States. And that's when they open up, because I mean, I don't blame the German people, because I look Arab, so they think I was like probably one of those guys. Came into Germany illegally and whatnot, but when I explained to them who I am, where I came from, then they open up and be like, yeah, we have a major issue, and these people, like, they're taking our culture, they're living off of our social services and everything else. Then I ended up encountering the AFD rally. Then I walked up to them and I started asking people, very genuine people, man. I was like, and they just want their country back. They want to keep their culture alive, and they don't want to be replaced by other people. And by the way, I'm not taking a stab on the Muslims, but the Muslim culture and the Muslim religion does not align with the Western Constitution. It just does not, because the Islam has their own constitution, and it does not. It does not align well with democracy or Western constitutions or culture. And I was like, yeah, these guys' grievances are legitimate, and I mean, I feel their pain, and I hope they can do something about it, to be honest with you, because otherwise, Germany in like 10, 15 years, they're all going to be speaking Arabic.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting to see. I mean, the country is beautiful. The architect is beautiful. Germany is like they have a very artistic, and I'm talking about the actual German people, very artistic culture. Like if you go to Germany and you look at the buildings and whatnot, the way they're built, even after the destruction of World War II, they rebuilt their cities into the same architectural style of the 17, 16, 1800s and stuff like that, except like on the inside is a little bit modern and stuff like that. So I mean, yeah, these people, they have legitimate grievances, and I don't blame them, man. I mean, we have the same issues here in the United States.
So, one of the things that is going to become very interesting soon, if there is a massive shift in Germany, it's like they're going to want to, like they're going to shut down immigration to a certain extent. I would hope at least something such as skilled immigration would remain, because there is a good argument for that, but it would have to be actually skilled immigration. Because what if you wanted to work in a specific field, and this field is only available in this one country because this is the thing that you're trying to target? I think most of any country should have that.
No, absolutely. I'm not against. Yeah, Adrian. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not against skilled immigration, because there are certain fields you just don't have enough graduates from your own colleges to fulfill the particular job. So you're gonna have to bring people like from particular countries where they excel in that, and but that needs to be the standard. It was like, hey, do I bring people here that will actually benefit the country, or are they going to be a burden on the country? Yeah, you don't want to bring people to be a burden on the country. You want to bring people to actually bring some sort of a value to your economy. That's why, like, when the whole HB1 visa fiasco, I think I forgot her name. She was attacking people randomly, and I was like, "You're dumb. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about." Because
which one is this? A American individual, or is this a German?
No, American. What's her, Laura or something?
Oh God! I knew that's what we were talking about. Yeah, Laura Loomer.
Yeah.
We've had it on here, yeah.
We've had a lot of things going on. Let's say it that way. Have you seen the? When did you come across? Me? This whole thing, the conversation. Was this early today?
No, it was about a couple of weeks ago, and I think it was Mr. What's his name?
Sri Ramakrishnan?
No, it was like Nick Fuentes and Utzaf, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was eavesdropping. Yeah, I don't know how long that was. That's when I first came across your.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Christmas time. Christmas time was quite something. It was definitely the wildest Christmas that I've ever had. I mean, I didn't think making international news was going to be on my plate. It it was definitely not, but it turned out to be. I thought it was going to be relatively peaceful, somewhat boring. You know, I thought it was going to, we're going to have a nice little Christmas space. You know, everything's going to be nice, everything is great, and then that happened, and I was like, well, I guess not. It was a snowball, I swear.
Yeah, well, I was eavesdropping on that conversation, and like I'm not an extremist guy. Like I am a MAGA Republican. I'm for like actual American.
So you're an actual American citizen, right?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, because I have a top secret security clearance. I actually had to renounce my Iraqi citizenship, so I'm actually a holder of only one citizenship.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So, yeah, I mean, yeah.
I
So
assume you voted. I assume you voted Trump, of course.
I'm actually an OG Trump voter. Like, if anybody,
So you're like you're the part of the OG MAGA base that they try to virtue signal to a lot of the influencers. So you're like 2016. You're like,
yes, there's actually a post. If somebody like knows how to navigate, I'm still trying to figure out how to pull like old tweets or like a post up. There's actually, you'll see if you go to my my timeline back in 2016. I think I had two tweets with me and my guns, and one was addressed to Donald Trump, and I was agreeing with his deportation, I guess, or shutting down the immigration or like the flow of the 7 countries he was talking about. And one I addressed, what's his name, Steve Harvey, because I was watching an episode of his, and he was talking about the immigration, and I did tweet back then. I was like, hey, can I get on your show, because I can basically educate him on why it's important to shut down some of these countries from coming here, because there's no vetting process at all, because the police system, they don't have the actual background investigation for anybody. So yeah, I'm like an OG. Like if anybody like back to my timeline back in 2016, yeah, you'll see a couple tweets, and you'll see me and my guns and stuff like that.
it's funny the way you described it. It's like, oh, me and my guns. I'm like, bro. It's just
I was actually at the Syrian border. That picture, like if anybody can pull it up, go ahead and put it on the purple bubble, so people actually know who I am. Yeah, I'm an OG Trump supporter, like from 2015, 2016, and I was just never vocal. Yeah, I was just never vocal. Until a couple months ago, and yeah. So, and I came across you, Adrian. I think it was the whole Nick Fuentes and Mr.
We had a whole bunch of people on. It was insane. Yeah, we tried to get to the bottom of certain situations because they kept bringing him up, because they wanted to virtue signal some sort of double standard thing with X and his dogs, and the fact that she dogs, that somehow, oh my God, well, you know, at first she said that she didn't, then she admitted that she did, and then it was like, oh well, you know, wait a minute, since, you know, that was supposedly a dox, then why didn't they react even so quickly with Nick Fuentes? I'm like, ugh. And so that whole debate then started. And the reason why is because, you know, it was published from a smallish account, I suppose. I mean, I saw it too. And then everybody who had a bone to pick with Nick amplified it massively. You know, and I'm pretty sure many people will have forgotten. Like, it's annoying. Like, the problem with such things is, especially with an address docs, is that people, especially if you're a very like heavily disliked individual, heavily disliked as in, you know, something like what he does, someone will come around to some extent, right? And that's the problem. If there's a different dox that's not even specifically location docs. It's not even that bad. Like location as an address docs. So, but in this case, it was. It's not really X's fault that they weren't able to shut it down as quickly, because just people are fucked up, you know. Especially if you attract attention from people like that. You know, if you do something like this, like what Nick is doing, it's the same thing that also the very far left doesn't understand. It's that you end up finding, like, the people that follow you hate you more than they like you, so you have like more of a following that hates you than a following that actually likes you to a certain extent. Now, you will have extremely dedicated individuals, I'm sure, as well, right? That is not, I'm not arguing against that. But if you, like, yeah, it's just you'll have the wrong kind of clout. Let's just put it that way. You'll have the wrong kind of clout.
Yeah, I mean, there's always like there's two factions on the extremes, right? Like you gotta have the dedicated followers that will agree with you no matter what you say, and no matter how many times you change your position on something, they're just gonna follow you and agree with you. Then you're gonna have the other side of it is just basically the opposite of you. They're going to basically try to discredit you or troll you or something like that. I just hate the extreme on both sides, to be honest with you, because those guys, they have a very loud voice, and they derail an actual productive conversation. And when you derail the productive conversation, we're not going to get anywhere. If that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, 100% it does. Yeah, I mean, it's ironically enough, with someone like Fuentes, it's an individual who really knows what they're doing and knows which buttons to press when. This is what I think has led to his fame, essentially, because someone like that, you know, if you're just kind of gun-hoing it, you're gonna have some growth, but realistically speaking, you're gonna find very little growth in some ways. You'll have a dedicated audience, perhaps, but you're just effectively playing it stupid. Now, this guy, ironically enough, even though he says a lot of dumb things, is playing it very smart to the point where it's very difficult to kind of like deal with a person such as that. I think even from a, say, you know, legal perspective from various organizations, that's why I think someone like Fuentes was able to survive as long as he did, and he still does, of course. So it's like very interesting on that level, even though what he spews is largely bullshit. I think one of the funniest things would be what he says about the religion that should lead the country, like everybody should be of one specific religion. And he wants to push Catholicism, right? So he says, okay, everybody has to be Catholic, even though the founding fathers were specifically against Catholics. So it's like, you know, so he references the founding fathers, but he said, okay, the founding fathers are against Catholicism, weren't they? I think I even did something on his space, which was kind of funny. It's like against Catholicism, and then I think Auda even brought this up on his space once, where, you know, he did this in front of somebody. I wasn't there, and that's probably why they said this, because otherwise I'd debunk it immediately. And then he said, well, fuck it, who cares what the founding fathers think? I'm like, these are people who are supposedly America first, right? And they don't care what the founding fathers think about their assertions? I'm sorry, what? That's crazy.
Yeah, those type of people, they don't give a shit. They have their own agenda. They have their own crazy views. And actually, if you have like a productive conversation with them, like without like anybody shouting at each other, which is usually those type of people, like as soon you start pressing their button, they start getting like louder and louder and louder and angrier, just like what happened earlier in like a Mario Naufal.
Yeah, that's kind of on brand with those bases. It always happens. And nobody really shuts it down. And with these people, like, dude, I gotta tell you, when you have a bunch of those people, especially people that don't agree with each other, like, it literally had the most leftist of leftist people with the fucking most right of right-wing people. You had these two, put them into space and be like, all right, you two talk. That's kind of what we did there. And it was a very strange thing to keep under control. Yeah, like, I had to use the mute button many times. If they tried to do it on a space like that with Mario, there's no fucking way. There's no way that it would at all remain under control, because these are these like polar opposites. It's almost like taking It's almost like taking antimatter and putting it in this universe here and saying, yeah, nah, this is probably definitely not going to dissolve. So like,
Yeah,
that's what that space felt like. It felt like having to deal with antimatter in the normally. Again, by the way, antimatter actually does, I think, form in various processes, and it just gets annihilated real quick because it actualizes with the what we call the normal matter that is around. It's ironic because it's subjective. What if antimatter was the real matter?
Exactly.
Dark
Yeah,
matter.
like they have. Yeah.
Because actually, most of the universe is dark matter. Technically speaking, by definition, if you were to consider this weird gravitational lensing effect that we keep seeing in space, you'd say if that was actually matter, then it would be termed dark matter. That's why people say dark matter exists, just because the gravitational lensing. So there's no actual physical proof for dark matter existing beyond gravitational lensing, but just throw that out there.
It's interesting.
Okay, is my internet still working? Okay, good.
Yeah, we hear you.
It's a little temporary thing here. Yeah. I also like to talk about physics, if anything else, kind of funny. So I like temporarily nerd out on that, but
I like physics.
yeah, that's kind of what that space felt like and why I did that. Because I thought, you could kind of control. What if you kept it somewhat separate and you had these two things exist in like the same space, not physically touching each other, of course, you kind of like keep it in the same space. You could have an interesting exchange that wouldn't lead to complete annihilation, which is why I did what I did. I decided, okay, how much can I test the tensile strength of the ability to keep people there civilized? Like how much can I do that? As soon as I was out of it, everything fell apart. That's the funniest thing. If I take hands off and I'm not there as this ever-present threat of moderation, then everything just devolves into complete and absolute dog shit. Yeah. So that's the risk. You have to like constantly be there, constantly pay attention, otherwise everything just goes to shit. which I think for one of them it did, even, which is annoying as fuck to clean up. Such dumb takes these people put out sometimes. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what kind of nonsense do you believe in? But yeah, it's what it is.
I call them intelligently stupid because they do have way with words, and for somebody does not actually have the intellect to actually parse through the bullshit, they think it was like, oh yeah, this person is like a very smooth talker and probably knows what he's talking about or what she's talking about, when it is absolutely the opposite. It's just it's the presentation of the bullshit they do, what it sounds like. Oh yeah, it sounds like real. And we got Mr. Utsov here again. He keeps
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Nice to see you again. Are you guys, what are y'all talking about? I saw Linux, Unix. What's the subject?
So Adrian asked, it was like, hey, when did you come across me? And I was like, a couple of weeks ago, I was eavesdropping, and I saw Mr. Utsov and Nick Fuentes going at it.
Yep.
And
that has
yeah,
that has been the case, and I don't want to get all political because I know this is
yeah, I'm gonna kind of put that one behind us. It was an interesting discussion. Like if ever there was an occurrence like that again, bring some of the people on that we had there at the time. You had like Dean and one of the citizens. That was kind of fun. Having those people chat with like. Those people chat with Foot is absolutely fucking funny, because normally there's no way that would survive. There's no way that conversation would ever like stay neutral or stay somewhat balanced. But we kind of made that happen, which I think was great. And I mean, look, to their credit, both parties decided to show up, especially them. And Jordan kind of made that happen, of course. So that was great. They had two of these people on to actually have a discussion with a person that they really, 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 really dislike. That's kind of cool. I felt that was very productive. Abs being thrown in there, which is something, but at least the conversation itself was around elements of policy that I think were real. So that was quite nice. No weird bullshit. It was all right. Specifically, that part was all right. Except he dropped the N-word once, which, oh,
Oh yeah.
that was a situation. And Jordan came in with his little clutch thing there, like, oh my god. Yeah.
That's close.
Sometimes you gotta lighten the mood,
really
man.
cool. Yeah, that was crazy. Everybody was like doing everything there, and I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, oh my god. Yeah. That's 1 week of my life that they'll never forget, that's for sure. Holy shit.
It's a good week.
It was an insane week, is what it was. Ugh. And then, like, 2020, dude, I thought 2025 was going to be semi-chaotic based on the post that I made. You know, post like, you know, it's going to be freedom from various things and, you know, meritizing to the top. I didn't necessarily think what that would entail. I mean, I knew it would be somewhat chaotic, but I didn't think it was going to be this chaotic. Like, this year is off to one hell of a start. Let's say that one. California is burning down. Again, you shook me.
What?
Yeah, a terrorist attack, a Green Beret killed himself, and just to try to pass a message. Yeah, and
People using fireworks as like, you know, weapons almost. You know, guy blowing up a random fucking car or something in Germany. It's like, oh hey, look, I have the super fucking skill with the little firework. I'm gonna shoot it in someone's living room. Dear God.
That was so dumb, dude.
Bro, I gotta say though, every single time I watch that video, I think to myself, or even think about that video, I think about the skill. Like, think about that level of skill that it takes to just randomly hold this fucking little stick of a firework, and then let it go at just the right fucking time, and have it go at the perfect fucking angle to go into that tiny little fucking window for it to explode inside of that room. How many times have you done this? That's what I was thinking. Like, when I was watching this video, if I'd ask him a question, it's like, how many fucking times did you do this? There's no way you're that good at letting a firework shoot into someone's fucking living room. Did you get lucky?
Oh,
or
you're talking about that? Are you talking
That's a
about
good
that?
geometry.
You talking about that Arab dude did it to the
Yes.
window, or like the child miraculously survived? I saw that. I was like, what?
That shit had that guy had some accuracy on, man. I'm not sure what kind of gear he had on, but if we're talking in terms of video games, that guy was maxing the accuracy. That shit's crazy. Straight crit into the fucking room.
Must have drunk or high or something. You know you do that normally.
I don't know how he did that shit, but that was fucking insane.
I
Not
wouldn't be
good, by the way.
surprised if he was like a former ISIS guy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, if you're gonna do that, that takes some fucking skill. That's just, you don't just randomly have that happen unless you kind of wanted it to happen. I mean, there are accidents, of course. I mean, I still remember there's like this one video from a couple of years ago where a bunch of people are on the top of a building somewhere, and they set off a firework and accidentally it kind of like goes off to the side and shoots into someone's living room. But that shit was a little different. Like, he was aiming it already in that general direction. If you watch the first like frames of the video, you actually see he's already aiming in that general direction. Not sure what he was saying. It's unintelligible to me because I don't understand the language. But he's saying a whole bunch of shit, blah blah blah. You know, he lights it up and he's already aiming it. Like, he keeps aiming it in this one specific direction. He kind of has this look at the direction where he's aiming it, and then it goes off.
Can we find the video again? Can we find the video again? I want to listen to what he said. I can finally.
It'd be difficult to.
Somebody pulled it off from the audience because we got some gurus here. Because already I saw in the bubble somebody pulled up some pictures from. Oh my god, that was so young. But
One, I don't know what was the other one. Did somebody blow up a fucking car there? Because I saw this really big explosion there. And it's like a bunch of metallic parts flying. I was like, what the fuck was that? Somebody blew up
Germany?
a car. Yeah.
what?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that one.
But those videos like all buried. How am I the only one who saw that shit? No, I was like deep into German Twitter. Well, you could call it German Twitter. I was like, you know, German side of X. Because everything's very siloed. But if you interact with a few of the posts in German, you'll see everything. I did that. So it's like every post was written in German, so I'm pretty sure nobody internationally saw that shit.
Adrian did that shit to me. Fuck you.
I didn't do that shit to you. You did that shit to yourself. You were the one who like kept looking at posts from there. Now I keep seeing Japanese posts, by the way. It's pretty cool.
You sent me a single post in German.
Are you guys?
Yes, but
Are you
here's
guys
your problem.
best friends?
You kept sending those German posts you kept seeing to me, which, by the way, gets registered because it's a share and that's measured. And so that's the thing. Well, I have to say it's measured because, of course, you know, you can actually see shares. If you look at your analytics, you can actually see something.
I wouldn't have started seeing German posts if you had not sent them to me.
Yes, you saw like one. Then you shared that one. Then you saw 2. You shared those, and then you shared more and more and more and more and more. See, that's your fault, not mine.
No,
You didn't have to look at it.
I saw a few before I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. Half my time.
I know, but you know what your problem was? You kept sharing them to me, which told the system, I like what I'm seeing. I told you that shit. It's so fucking funny. You kept sending me the weirdest fucking bullshit that even I couldn't understand. I was like, what the fuck does this even mean? Like some really weird fringe Gen Z humor. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I can understand German. I kind of know what's going on, but what the fuck is this shit? My knowledge barrier is like, kind of ends at like the early 2000s. So I can't help you with anything that happened after that. I have no clue. Some of the slang makes sense at some point because
That's completely true. That's completely true. When like you stop like understand the language after you leave the country, but with like the new verbiage.
Yeah, it's some bullshit. Everybody always wants to make up their own stuff for some reason, which I don't quite understand. Like they want to form their own dialect at some point. Like every generation has this. And then somewhat it trickles in, but then they want to group themselves up and really separate themselves from the rest of society. And then it's like, okay, cool. Why don't you just form a new language? Because you effectively already did. It's like the internet brain rot thing. And at some point it just basically dies up because no one's going to lead it. Like we do use a lot of brain rot terms, actually, as a matter of fact. For instance, the term of us use the fact that we're using brain rot as a term right here, and we are referring to something very specific, means that it was very effective as a meme. When we say that someone is fucked or has fucked up, then we say, oh, they're cooked, I'm cooked. No? So like that is from the brain rot thing. That's like the verbiage. If I ever hear somebody like, wow, that guy got really cooked, or so it's actually like it's the modern equivalent of saying the word shit, except that it's not a swear word as well. So it's like saying, wow, that guy's cooking hard. It's like, wow, that guy's doing very well, right? Or if that guy's cooked, then it's like, oh yeah, that guy's fucked. Or like, I'm cooked, I'm fucked. I'm cooking, I'm doing good. Or he's really cooking, like he's doing something there. He's getting ready for something there. Or like, for instance, when I started making a good video and I put it out there, it was like, man, he really cooked hard with that video. It's like, why am I explaining that? There's a bunch of other stuff, gooning, and I'm not going to explain what that one means, but you're going to figure that one out. Flicker gooning.
That's why.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit out there in the world. I tend to keep up with it a little bit.
By the way, Shiva NKA pulled up some buried pictures from way back then, and yeah, I told you, it's like, man, yeah, some people here are amazing. They can find shit real quick.
Nice. Yeah, send it to my DMs. I'll look at it and see if that's the video that I actually meant.
No, I'm talking about like pictures of me back, like a tweet, like a.
Oh, that what you meant? Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, but yeah, if you guys can find that video of the guy that actually shot the
firework into surrounding child's bedroom. Yeah. So basically, the way the video looks is it's a guy that's standing on a sidewalk somewhere. He's relatively well trimmed, has somewhat of a beard, and has one of those normal conventional fireworks that we're all used to, with the kind of rocket-shaped thing at the top, the long stick at the end. He was lighting it up. That's kind of what it looks like. It was in the dark, nothing fancy was going around. That's kind of what the video looks like if you happen to find it. I have a very good memory. Holy shit.
Let me get on my phone. I'm gonna go on mute for a little bit. Let me try to find it because I want to hear what that guy said exactly, and I can translate it for you guys.
Sweet. So interest peaked when I said language that I couldn't understand that I believe was probably Arabic. Like, oh wait, I could help with that. That's funny. What kind of insect is this? Can we leave me the fuck alone?
Send me the video too.
Yeah, I'm standing outside here and like, wait, out no. If you do that, you're gonna see more German posts again.
Oh, it's German. Okay, I see.
Oh, hey, Matt, what's up, dude? Hey,
Sorry.
what brings you around?
Boredom. I was eating dinner. I'm still choking on it. And you were talking about language and why people try to differentiate themselves. So I clicked hand up to talk about it. That was a couple minutes ago.
All right, give me some stuff. What do you think about? Actually, you're gonna finish your dinner first, or like what are you?
No, I mean I'm done. I'm just still choking on it. Like I ate like a teaspoonful of ghost pepper with it. So it was a bit much.
Why? Why?
Because I like it. I enjoy it, and I'm just not done with the enjoyment part of it yet. I'm still on fire. But it's all right. I can get through.
You like the endorphin response, don't you? It's like, oh yeah, my body's so overloaded with pain, the endorphins kick in. It feels so good.
It also
I know this because a bunch of people were telling me that shit.
Yes, yeah. If you really ever get past that bar where you get that big endorphin rush, you will want to do it again. It is kind of
100%.
addicting. And
I know this because I have a few Indian friends that eat very traditional food. And these guys, they eat chili like crazy, man. They have like these little small chilies and eat them like a fucking snack. It's insane. Anyways, they eat that shit. I'm like, dude, why do you eat so much chili? Like, what is that like? Oh, you eat it, you feel a bit of pain, but did you feel very, very good?
Yeah,
and I'm like, do you know why you feel very, very good? No, I just said I feel very, very good. Like, that's because you're torturing your body to the point of, getting the endorphins. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
pretty interesting shit.
Yeah.
That's like, oh, wow, interesting. Proceeds to eat enough fucking chili. I'm like, this is fucking funky shit.
Yeah, just keep it going. Also, it makes me consider the food I'm eating a little bit more. But the point that you were making about language and about brain rot and all that is it. There's a lot of things that we can actually track through the way that language moves. The way that that teenagers tend to create new words and phrases is to differentiate themselves from the older generation, which is actually a very important part of development, because you have to psychologically separate from the parents in order to become an adult. You have to be able to take control of your own life rather than just being what came before you. That is normal. What is not necessarily normal is when there are so many different threads and strains of culture all in one place and they adopt each other's words. So you get something that actually mimics parenthood and childhood, where one culture will have some words or something that they do or something that they say that another culture, for whatever reason, considers cool, whether it's they just like it or they want to be those people or it's marketing or whatever. So then they will adopt the words, and then they did this on South Park. That is a good South Park joke about it, actually. All teaching is best in humor form. They were saying, like Chef was saying, they used to say, I'm in the house, and then white people started saying, I'm in the house. So then we started saying, I'm in the heezy, and then white people started saying, I'm in the heezy. So now we say, flimmy flam flam wibby wazzle, and then Mr. Garrison goes like, oh, we got to get back to our flibbity flammity flu, and Chef is like, ah, damn it.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's an old South Park joke about, the way that language tends to go from black culture to white culture, and then the black culture, they're like, well, that's not our word anymore, so we need new ones. Very similar in that regard. So
almost like the term woke, isn't it? The term woke used to mean something completely different than what it is, means now. It was actually used by black people a lot, I think, back in the day, wasn't it? And then somehow the liberals caught up with it and decided, okay, let's take that and make it our own. Kind of ironic.
I want to be cool too. I want to be oppressed. I want to be in the group that has oppression to deal with. That's kind of the way that they think.
They're such strange fucking people. Like, oh hey, the black people they've got a lot of stuff that's taken from them. And it was like, oh, cultural appropriation. Meanwhile, this word, I'm like, do you guys know you're like living irony in a way that you yourself don't even understand? Such hypocrisy as well. Is that why everybody hates you and why you hate yourself? Like,
yeah, they don't get it. It's all unconscious.
It's insane.
So sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty frustrating.
It's unfortunate what they do to the word.
Yeah, it's unfortunate what they do to everything.
Yeah, it is true. It's true. I mean, hey, if you feel the need to like post videos of yourself going to a forest to scream out your frustrations of the world because you feel like you're oppressed, it's like, please don't oppress the forest. It didn't do anything to you. Those trees didn't deserve that yelling. Please stop and put the stick down. You're gonna hurt somebody with that. Probably yourself, actually.
Yeah. If you need people to see it, it's not that difficult.
No. Adrian, somebody actually sent me the video of that guy with the fireworks.
Sweet. And what's the verdict?
Yeah, apparently he's a Syrian influencer, and he's big in the Arab Twitter sphere, I guess. And basically, what he said was like, "Hey, this is a New Year fireworks surprise, and enjoy it." And his buddy telling him was like, "Hey, be careful! Don't aim the wrong way." So,
Oh my
based
god.
on
My God.
yeah, so that looks like it was like they're intentionally.
I was surprised. He says, "What the?"
Wow. Thank you. What the fuck? That's worse. Is that somehow worse?
He got arrested, right?
So a Syrian
yeah, it's worse.
or supposedly Syrian influencer by language, it's a Syrian influencer effectively accidentally shot a firework. I'm so glad I have a bottle of water with me. You know, I feel like mainly the feeling of why people drink alcohol is more so the feeling of the alcohol itself, not the after effect. Because, you know, I don't know. I don't want to stop myself from thinking, but I do want to feel something that is a distraction. And the sparkling water right here is perfect for exactly that.
Well, thank you, futurisms. He actually, I think Joseph. Sorry, yeah.
Nice.
Put it in. Then futurisms tagged me into it. Yeah, so it is planned. That is a planned operation.
How about that? That is fascinating. Well, thank you. Thank you for those who participated in finding the video, and thank you for translating that one for us. I was like wondering, what does he fucking say? He said something meaningful, I know for sure, because otherwise it would be so clear in its expression.
Yeah, it was like it's a New Year celebration, and his buddy was like, "Hey, make sure you don't miss," and he was like, "Hey, watch me," basically.
Wow. How about that? Goddamn. By the way, Hermath, what do you eat?
You mean like ever?
I mean, like, okay, diet-wise, like, what are you doing? 80% protein or 80% carbohydrate? Let's start with that. Vertical carbohydrate?
So typically, like I've just been on the road for a few months, and I've been, you know, every habit and every habitual thing went to completely to hell. I've been just living out of Airbnbs for 3 months. I've only been in this place for 3 or 4 weeks, so my habits are still not back on track. But when I am doing weight loss or muscle building, I tend to steer pretty clear of most carbohydrates, and I stick with things like fruit or oatmeal, like wholesome kind of stuff. And I just do like lots of ground beef and chicken, breast and fish, and then really basic vegetables like fresh peppers and onions in spring mix for salad, or like some frozen broccoli or something. I keep it pretty simple. I used to cook more, but now it's more like just getting the correct nutrients into my face.
I feel that. That's what understandable, especially with traveling, because you can't really start cooking anything,
Right.
because you'll need the proper, like, first of all, you need to understand how this stove works. Then you're going to need the proper pan, and if they don't have the proper pan, you're going to have to buy one, so that's not worth it. Then you're going to have to get the fucking steak, then you're going to have to get the butter, and you have to get all these things. For me, for instance, that would be the thing. Although it's an interesting test, because I'm a very habitual person, so whenever I go to specific countries, I always get what I would normally eat, and the place where I'm mainly at, and I'd understand the differences between the countries based on various factors, like how the food tastes, how the food was purchased, price, people that were handing it to me, handling it, you know, the whole shopping experience, everything. You get to really gauge countries on a very unique, specific level. Just because
the way that they feed themselves, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And the way that something like my diet would be supported or not supported. It's very fascinating.
Yeah, I'm sure. I haven't traveled enough really to understand that, but I get it the way that you explain it. I don't know if
actually cooking yourself in some places, cooking in some places is absolutely essential, especially if you go to Morocco. I've been to Morocco a bunch, and like you have two choices: either you eat exactly like the locals do, or you cook it yourself. Because if you don't, and you want to eat like a Westerner in the fucking desert, you're gonna die.
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
gonna be playing with
available.
you. You're probably gonna die because we did that, and the amount of food poisoning I had as a result of that was absolutely fucking insane. You don't ever want to experience that again. And it's not the fault of the people. It's the fault of wanting to eat something in a place that isn't really available in that place. So you're gonna have to make a big concessions. Meat on the other hand is fucking great. Like everything is fresh, well prepared. That fucking cow's tongue. At least we do that here. It was annoying. It's funny to prepare. There was no particular reason. I knew about the cow tongue because the Germans would eat that too. It's like, oh wow, I never had a cow tongue before. Let's go buy the cow tongue. So it literally, okay. For a big, I went to the butcher. Man, there's like that is in the desert, so you can kind of keep a lot of the meat outside. It just dries up. It's so fucking dry over there. It feels like you are in a air fryer fire, if that makes any sense. It's not an air fryer that it's going to kill you, but it's an air fryer that anything that's left outside that's what's going to start drying perfectly. So, right? So if I can imagine downtown, that thing dries like for no reason. Instantly, because it's so fucking dry.
It's hot and dry, right?
Hot and dry. Actually, to the point, it's very strange because you have to actually cover yourself because the sun is quite intense. Because again, not that much moisture in the air. The night sky, though, fucking epic. Oh, it feels like you can touch the fucking stars. Unbelievable. No moisture, no moisture. It's pretty cool, actually. Very nice people. It looked so weird. You had this big fucking tongue and like this sick scrubbing.
That's
I don't
brutal.
know if that was funny. It was just so
That is
stupid.
weird.
It was just stupid looking. But yeah, that's how I had cup. Sorry. Oh, the chickens were like actually really fucking fresh. There was like one butcher there. What they did was you could pick your fucking live chicken. You'd see a live chicken, and then it's like, which one do you want to have? Oh, you take that one right there. They take the live chicken, take it back, they kill it, take all the feathers off of it, put it in like a plastic bag or something, and then they hand you the fresh fucking chicken just like that. I'm like, holy shit! So the freshest fucking food I've ever eaten was there. Literally right there prepared. Incredible.
Yeah.
And the flavor is good
Still
too.
the old world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So definitely, like, if it's one of those places where it's very difficult to live off the grid because you kind of like acquire your property and some of the resources and whatnot, which is somewhat complicated depending on which area you target. But it's a very interesting, unique experience. It's like the most cut off that you're ever going to feel. And it's going to be, the reason why I say this is because, some people say, oh, I got to live off the grid in a tropical country, where it's like, okay, that's understandable, but you're really not going to feel alone at all if that's like, if you want to be really, really cut off, tropical country is not going to be it because you find a lot of living things that are around you. Literally, the fucking environment you are standing in is alive, and the forest is watching you. So if you really want to feel completely disconnected, the desert is the way to go because it's literally completely fucking empty. It's actually empty. You have a road that's so long that you cannot see the end of it, even though it's a straight line. You have a valley so flat, it looks like it's man-made, and a type of light and color that feels like average. You know what I mean? It's like the average of everything. Almost no clouds whatsoever, and it's a very deep blue fucking sky if you look up at the top, which is just so weird. It's such a strangely cool place.
That's why Jesus went and starved himself in the desert. Because there's nothing there to be a second person to.
Yeah, it's strange. And then when you have like an oasis out of nowhere, so like kind of weird shit, then out of nowhere, life. So cool.
Yeah.
So cool.
That's why
I don't
we
like the
went back to
touristy
Utah.
spots. They're annoying. The touristy spots are not nice. You go to some of the places where the locals would be at as well. And then they won't be as touristy to you because when you go to a place that is touristy in nature, it is those places are designed. And this is an international thing, by the way. Every single country does this. The touristy places are designed for one thing and one thing only. You take whatever is in your wallet and put it into their wallet. Understandable, really, it is understandable. But it's not going to be the genuine experience for that country that you're going to have. You're just going to have the tourist experience. And if you want to live NPC, that's fine. It's all good, man. Your money, your experience. I wanted to have the actual experience.
How do you have the actual experience? Don't you have to like move there and marry one?
You're gonna have some limitations on experience for sure. that's gonna be a thing. But you're gonna experience a lot of factors, and many of them are very open to telling you what their lives are like. If you find the right person, they'll fucking tell you everything. But you also have to be the right person for that as well, because otherwise, they're not gonna fucking trust you. And don't take it personally if they don't, because it's their fault, not yours. So you're right for that.
Yeah, I don't.
So I've been fortunate enough to.
Morocco.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to be let into some of their homes as well, and been able to experience some of their culture, which is really, really nice. That's why, when I look at this thing with the Muslim stuff that's happening, it's like what you're dealing with right there in places in Europe. That is like the ideology, the warlike ideology. That is something, right? You're dealing with people that are from the war-torn places of the world, and you're specifically dealing with people that are very warlike, and they have this war-based ideology that is fed into the Muslim thing. So again, I've spent a lot of time.
If you've been to those countries, you realize that most people in those countries aren't like that whatsoever.
Exactly, they're peaceful as shit, and they're very civilized. Very, very civilized.
It's just, for some reason, the Europeans have decided, let's let in the absolute worst of the worst.
What you're seeing there is a very small percentage, by the way, and it's literally the worst of the fucking worst. So I hope that people don't mistake it.
I know people
It's gonna be like the weirdest thing you're gonna hear on
tens
Skype all
of
day.
millions of dollars from businesses, and they want to go to Europe and start a business. Those people can't fucking do it. But you have these people that come with no ID, and they get
Well, the purpose of the system is what it does. So it's not like it's slick private.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can tell. The fucking police officer gets stabbed in the neck by one of them. You already know that you're out of control.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. This is sponsorshipsecrets.com. This is our live stream.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is this is also something that I see. People are having growing dislike towards the Muslim faith, and I think that's a mistake, because it's not the faith that's the problem specifically. I think it's more so it's more so just the people. It's just the people, and I mean, it depends on how seriously you take that faith. And it could be a person who worships. You can have different types of religions. I think they can all kind of live in the same space if they all respect each other to an extent, right? Then all is good, right? If there's mutual understanding, there's mutual respect, then all is good, right? If there is a conquering kind of mindset, that's insane.
You see that in Singapore, Dubai.
And various other places too. I've been to one of those places that was very multicultural. You had a little bit of Hinduism, you had a little bit of Judaism, Christianity, Muslim. Everybody's mixed in together, and nobody's at war. I'm like,
They have very strict authority, though.
Safest place I've ever lived in.
They have very strict authority in both of those places. They're not very permissive.
Yeah.
They don't do the whole do what you want thing. It's like, if you do this and you do that, we're gonna beat you with a cane and throw you in jail. And so everyone goes, oh shit, I better not be an asshole.
Rightfully so, man.
Yeah, and we don't have that here.
Yeah, cause a fight, cause drama, threaten people for no reason, be an absolute idiot, steal shit, all that kind of stuff. Zero tolerance on that. Very good.
Yeah.
To some extent, though, you may need that to keep the society stable. I don't think you can last very long by keeping your society soft. Yeah. You look at countries like Japan right now, and people are like, oh, this is a society that doesn't steal, this is a society that's very safe. But you look at their past, and they were violent as fuck.
Right? They really were, yes.
So this isn't something that's actually going to last. To some extent, you need some sort of authority.
Yeah. It'll happen eventually. It just everybody, the population might entirely change before it does. If the people who built the place don't stand up and go, oh, we need like some rules here, then someone else will make the rules.
Yeah.
Hello. What are we discussing?
Oh, not so much. We're just discussing various interesting cultures. A very productive way, actually. It's very nice. I think with Japan, it was also very interesting history. They were like extremely isolated. Like they really wanted to stay as isolated as possible, to the point that they didn't even know what naval ships looked like. Naval ships, as in, like, the past, what we're familiar with, like the Bounty and such like that. That's what I'm referring to historically, right? They saw those ships and they didn't know quite what to make of them. And it's ironic because even when there was invasions, it would be the weather systems that would save their ass. Like a typhoon would just roll by and destroy the enemy's navies. How many times did that happen back to back?
Oh yeah, that's the only reason
so funny.
Japan did it.
There's a reason why they're not speaking Mongol.
Yeah,
Exactly.
It's the only reason that the Japanese managed to stay away from the Mongolians. It was literally the fucking.
It's not
Smart
100%
shoppers.
though. They did invade Tsushima. So the Mongols, they had this massive fleet. They invaded Tsushima. They took over the island. They killed basically everyone there, right? Well, not everyone, but enough people. But yeah, they were going to invade the mainland, and that was a big issue.
And then a
Tornado came, yeah, a hurricane, right? The kamikaze, the divine wind, if you will, it saved Japan's ass because there was no way they were going to fight the Mongols. The Mongols had superior weapons, superior armor, superior tactics. Like horse archers alone would have decimated the Japanese forces. And Japan at that time was in turmoil, right? This is a period in which they were fighting amongst themselves mostly. There was no way they could have defended themselves.
Plus, don't forget Japan at the time. Their fighting code. They had a fighting code. It's basically the samurai code and everything else. It's like basically, hey, come face me with a sword and don't do any non-conventional tactics. And the Mongols is basically the special operations of the modern time, and they were doing non-conventional tactics to actually conquer other lands and stuff like that. And also, our founding fathers adopted that technology as well, non-conventional tactics against the redcoats and so forth. And here we are. Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, so when you have
redcoats got ambushed in the forest.
Yeah. By the way, Eon, I've never spoken to you. I've seen you on the Twitter Spaces. You have a massive following. I
think it's more so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's more so just the people. It's just.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I followed you. I don't know when. I would be honored by your follow as well.
Sure. Yeah, I'll follow you back. Fuck it. It's like the one time I give a follow back. Yeah.
Just like something to say. It's not generally good to ask people to follow you.
In general, yeah. But I'm feeling very gracious today, so enjoy the follow.
Fortune.
I think I'd be nice because I was so mean on the other space. Yeah.
I never ask anybody. Yeah, I never ask anybody to follow me. I want you guys to understand who I am, and if I'm genuine enough, and then I will earn your follow or anything. But yeah, I've been watching Ian before I even became active on Twitter Spaces because I was watching different podcasts and stuff like that, and you are appearing on a lot of different spaces and podcasts and stuff like that. I do appreciate your work, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Speaking of the other space, did you guys listen to it? I mean, it started off well, right? And it just devolved into this anti-Russian, weird Russophobic, let's deport all the Russians, let's kill all the Serbs conversation that was just so horrible to listen to.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't deal with these types of arguments because the moment that you deal with anything that is like somewhat ideological, everything goes to shit. Because let me tell you something: when people default to their basic instincts, then what happens is you have a fight of utmost degenerate takes, and it doesn't matter whose side it is. And it's even happened to me as well. It's like everybody does the dumbest things possible. So unless you're arguing about something that actually has merit, then you shouldn't be arguing anything at all. Because at that point, you're just asking for a massive picture change. It's like, bruh. That's why I never talk about these things. I frankly don't give a fuck. And I'd rather have a communication about something that is economic in nature. Right? That's where it's at. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about anyone's ideology. What I want is economic gains, specifically. Okay, that's my thing. I want whatever gets us off this planet, gets us to take up the whole solar system. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're not talking about shit that happened, 1,300 years ago. Like, I couldn't believe.
You can talk about that if you want to have a war story. That's perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, that's
like
fine.
Historical discussion.
But
That's not the public space for it.
Justify the ethnic genocide of Serbian people because you feel like they invaded you, 1,300 years ago. That is absurd.
Yeah.
You could say that
Anyways,
about any country.
Yeah. Anyways, doesn't matter. Completely relevant. Let's kind of stay back on topic here. Like, I don't want the degeneracy of that space to flow into this one. Fuck that.
What are we talking about here right now?
We started out asking Humath a bunch of really interesting stuff, and then we ended up going into a discussion about, stuff that we've experienced.
Always turns into exterminating Serbs, every conversation.
Horrible.
That's fucked up. Technically, I have some genealogy there.
My friends there. So, hearing that is hard, right? It's like, it's visceral hatred that is coming from, an Albanian American of all things. It's like, what?
Okay, that makes sense, though. That makes sense. Those fucking...
It kind of makes sense, but it's also like, an eye for an eye makes a whole world go blind, right? Like, Elon likes to quote Gandhi on this, I 100% agree with that.
They all hate each other for some reason. All the fucking...
Yeah. And also denying the atrocities of World War II, saying that, no one was killed by the Croatians in World War II. And it's like, I'm looking at statistics. I'm looking at actual, grave sites of, mass graves where 500,000 ethnic Serbs are killed by the Croatians over this bullshit. And I'm not saying the Croatians today are bad people, absolutely not, right? But to keep perpetuating that racial animosity just doesn't make any sense. Not in the 21st century. We should be over this by now. We should be in fucking space together, Serbs, Russians, Americans, British, doesn't matter what race you are, Arabs, right? Just go to space, let's build a fucking civilization in space. No more of this, your fucking ancestors 1,500 years ago did this bad thing to my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. I don't care. How does that affect anything?
Did anyone see the Tucker Carlson interview with Putin where he asked Putin this really, really basic question?
Yes.
And Putin was like, Putin was like, sit down for 45 minutes. I'm going to tell you all.
I love that one.
Yeah.
I had this exact treatment. I had this exact fucking treatment done to me. I was in a space. This was back then when the whole conservatives, the OG losing affiliate badge bullshit was going around. And then for some reason they decided, okay, what we're really gonna do? We're gonna have to bring somebody into this conversation. I'm like, okay. And then they bring fucking Nick Fuentes, and I'm like, wow, okay, great. Bring this guy up, and then he says, well, back in 2016, I'm like, oh no. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, I'm about to get this. I know exactly what kind of treatment that I'm getting, and this is not good.
History lesson, yeah, he's gonna...
I'm getting a full-on fucking history lesson there. He literally broke down every single fucking event since 2016 to the point where I was in this space for so long that I clicked on random shit that crashed, that I wanted to join back in again because I wanted to make a joke. And then these people didn't let me back up again so that they could say, oh, this guy left and he didn't want to come back because Nick was on. I'm like,
what a lie.
huh?
Yeah, what a fucking lie.
It was lie after lie after lie after lie. So if anybody was complaining about me blowing things a little bit out of proportion, I didn't blow shit out of proportion. These people are fucking lying constantly. And if anyone wants to criticize me on it, go ahead. I'd love to talk to you about all that kind of stuff. And you're going to believe me. You're going to love what I got to have to say. And you're also going to hate it all the same. That's what's going to happen. You're really going to hate me if you don't agree, of course. But, that's what it is.
Yeah.
I literally went over to space a couple of days ago, and they were talking about the fires in California. And I mentioned, it was like, hey, arson is real. Somebody blew a gasket and kicked me off. And yeah, literally. And I was like,
it's real. Okay, so you said that, and that triggered someone.
Yeah, and that someone is actually...
Yeah, now come to find out, people are actually doing that.
And
Yeah,
guess
it's just a
what?
random people running around fucking I don't know what's wrong with them, what drugs they're on, fucking randomly sets a fire. I mean, I've seen people putting them out with fucking shovels, bruh.
Yeah, there's this far left crazies who are doing this.
I'm not saying that that's the thing that's causing it. I'm just saying that my contribute to a certain extent because like, oh yeah,
helping.
everything's burning, let's contribute. I'm like, no, actually no, don't do that.
There's videos,
By the way,
multiple
that
videos of people setting fires. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, that person has the second biggest space right now, right below you, Adrian. And you gotta know who that person is. And as soon as I said arson is real, I got kicked off. And now they're talking about all the other conspiracy theories and stuff like that. I was like,
oh my god.
Get out of here.
Oh, it's the worst, man. Like, people are saying, what if it's a weapon? What if they're using space lasers? I mean, what?
I'm like,
Come
dude,
on,
are we
man.
gonna just every single time there's a massive fire, I have to hear about space lasers? I'm like, oh my god.
I'm open to the
Yeah.
idea of space
It hard.
lasers. I just want
So
some
it's fucking
evidence.
hard, man.
I'm like, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. You'd actually be, if that was true, you'd be able to see it, but you can't, and you never do, so it's not there. Like, people don't understand.
They
Then
point to the Chinese lasers,
and then
the
they bring
weather
out,
lasers.
yeah, then they bring out, so then they bring out the saying, oh, well, they're using these lasers, right? And then they bring out these videos of people, like, using those lasers that strip paint and rust off of things, and I'm like, that's a CO2 laser, by the way. I work with
Lit
CO2
set
lasers.
fires.
I know what a CO2 laser is like, by the way. So I have personal fucking experience. I can tell you if anything, any particulates of any kind obscure the fucking beam of the laser, A, one, doesn't that fucking work, and then two, B, it's like you can fucking see the beam. Because
And you
it
can put
looks
your
like
hand in it,
white
by the way.
light.
You can literally put your hand in one of those and it won't burn you because it's
No,
not
no,
supposed to.
no, that's not that's not true. It will burn you. It will burn the surface of your skin a little bit. Yeah, it depends on the intensity of laser, of course. But yeah,
Okay.
those things are actually quite powerful. 100%. You just will have to see it. And if
But
you
you
want to
just can't-
cause like massive
Yeah.
fires, you're going to need
That's
a
not the way.
very large fucking power source. I'm talking nuclear power type shit situation. That you're going to need, and it just doesn't make any sense because then you like, imagine if you have that shit from space, you're going to have to get through all of the fucking atmosphere. By the time it gets to the ground, it's literally fucking nothing. So it's bullshit. They're all making it up. They're fucking
Oh, they
space
are, yeah.
lasers.
They sometimes point to the Chinese satellites that are above Hawaii that do shine lasers, and you can see them. They're quite visible, right?
Those are the scanners. Yeah,
The
if
scanners,
anything,
yeah.
those
And
would
they
be
can't set
scanners, I
fires with
suppose.
those. Like, you can't burn shit with that.
Like even you see sometimes drones flying around, and that's just lidar scanning. There's nothing. That
Yeah.
you cannot set fire to anything.
But people
with those
don't
lasers.
understand technology, and they don't want to, right? They don't want to. They think lasers, oh my god, it's going to be Star Wars. And they don't understand
Yeah,
that
they don't
lidar
understand.
scanning
It's like they
causes
say
lasers.
these random things, but they don't even understand the meaning of those things. Like realistically speaking, it's like, bro, you took the most shittily written conspiracy and took it to heart. And I'm like, you know, if you even wanted to write this better, you could, but I'm not going to tell you how because it's going to make you even more insane. I think I even said this once on Space. I was on a conspiracy Space. I'm like, look, I know you're just making shit up at this point, and I can tell you a whole bunch of reasons why that is wrong, and I can even tell you how to improve that theory if you wanted to make it one, but I'm not gonna because that'll be justifying your insanity, which I can't in good conscience do. And then everybody's like, So, you know, history, by the way, fucking history, you know, like, goddamn. That's what I get involved in. That's why not many people like me.
Well, some people don't like you because they think you're Elon.
That's also true, and because some people definitely know that I'm not, but I just kind of like enjoy the fact that I'm somewhat, I don't know, entertaining. So that's why I mean, this is fucking funny.
It's kind of funny because, like, having listened to Elon earlier, you know, you obviously have different microphones. Your octave, your vocal octave is pretty similar, but not identical, right?
Exactly, and I keep using, like, look, we're very different in many ways. Like, I use more of my vocal range because I'm actively trying to present something. I'd imagine that if Elon were to take, were to do more public speaking, he'd sound even better, and he'd sound actually more like me, ironically enough. So it's like
he would actually, yeah, he would. But
I mean, when he was playing Path of Exile, he was saying a bunch of things. It was really, really funny because like it sounds exactly like how I would lead the conversation because it's very expressive, and I think he's actually getting very good at public speaking because I think he's doing that a lot more because you basically are surrounded by a bunch of people who are doing this, and you have to talk about these various things. So he's actually getting very, very good at that, which I'm pretty sure you can, you know, hear in his voice and the way that he's communicating various pieces of knowledge. Very, very cool. I like it. I think the stuttering has actually decreased, so
it
was
has,
like he leveling up. It's nice. It's good to see. I like it.
You know, when I first met Adrian, I was like, "Holy shit, your voice sounds a lot like Elon."
Yeah.
Now that I've heard him so many times, like I can't tell how he sounds like Elon. It doesn't sound like Elon.
It sounds different.
It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny because when I first called you, you were like still nervous a little bit and laughing and shit. I'm like, bruh, this dude. That was so fucking funny. It was like, I'm sorry, it's still gonna take some time. I'm like, don't worry, you'll get used to it. Boy, was I right.
Yeah.
But Kura
The
does
way you laugh is the same. The way you laugh is the same as his, and I think that's really. Yeah.
I don't think it sounds like nuance, to be honest with you. I just don't see it.
It's a little bit. You know, you have a little bit of something there, but
maybe you have the same range. Yeah. Maybe you have the same range of voice. Yeah, but
it's the same accent. It's the same pitch and tonality to the voice, but you.
No, the accent is quite different.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah,
It's
it's like very South African. It's a little bit similar. It's except
I woke up last night,
a little bit more British, right?
I woke up, right? So here's a random thing, right? I woke up last night, right? And I woke up speaking like Elon. And I was speaking to myself. Yeah, I had the same tonality, the same vocal range, everything, right? And I'm trying to recreate it at some point in a waking state.
So to kind of give you an explanation, like Dutch is a kind of Germanic language, right? So
yeah,
Elon grew up in South Africa.
Correct.
And Adrian, is German.
Yep.
But within like the name, so that's why you may think they're the same accent, but you can kind of tell the difference between the German accent and the South African accent.
Yeah, South African sounds a little bit different. They have this very interesting, like whenever somebody says, "Oh, this person sounds South African," I'm like, they don't fucking sound South African at all. I know exactly what South Africans sound like. I have a few South African friends. I know exactly what they sound like.
I know what they sound like as well.
Yeah. Are you inferring something right now? Because I kind of feel you are. You're about to troll, aren't you? I feel like I know something is coming. I can fucking see it.
Oh my God. Depends on what part of South Africa you're from.
Yes, this is also true. Like specifically, I'd say I'd be able to tell if you were anywhere near, like Pretoria or something like that, because that seems to be the majority of where all these people come from. That it's like very funny.
Yeah, it's a white community.
Yeah, the white community. The black community over there is like they sound completely different. Actually, they speak multiple different languages as well.
Yeah. Oh, and 100%. By the way, whenever they reply to something, instead of saying like yes, you would frequently hear them even in English just say yeah. They just say yeah for no reason. I've caught myself doing the same thing sometimes as well because I don't know why. It just happens. It's kind of funny. I'm like, wait, no.
It's in your blood.
Oh my God.
It's genetic.
Yeah, 100%. Would make sense.
I love this conversation, and
it's a very pleasant conversation in comparison to the one I was previously in. My goodness, that was.
This is like the essence of the conversation space. Like, this is what I want. I want things to be simple, and I want them to be productive. Speaking of productive, by the way, I'm inside of a car right now. Hang on. Hold up. Let me reverse real quick some shit.
Ian, let me ask you, the AFD doctor, the representative.
Yeah, Maximilian Krah.
Yeah. Was he working for the Bank of China in Germany?
No, he wasn't. Alice Weidel was. Alice Weidel worked for the Bank of China in China.
So he worked for the Bank of China.
Yeah. No, Max never worked there. No, Max is not part of that. Max is a lawyer. No, it was.
So why Evie or whatever?
Evie was upset because Evie was very upset because Alice Weidel speaks fluent Chinese, and somehow that is indicative of her being a Chinese spy. That was essentially the crux of her argument. Yeah, and it's like, well, if you lived in China for 6 years and you worked for a Chinese company, why wouldn't you want to speak fluent Chinese?
Exactly. Like you go into an Arabic country, and you work over there. Like you're expected to actually learn the Dagon language?
Yeah, if you work for a local company, absolutely. And Maximilian Krah was pointing out how it's somewhat hypocritical to attack Alice Weidel on this issue, given that many American companies, including Apple, Tesla, and so on, have Chinese operations. Does this mean that they are somehow compromised? I mean, some people would say they are, but that is a ridiculous argument because we live in an international society, if you will, where everybody does a business with everybody else. I mean, how else do you get manufacturing from, say, Foxconn if you don't know how to speak Chinese or if you don't do business with them? I mean, where the fuck are you going to get, where are you you going to source your materials from? Where are you going to source your manufacturing from? Are you just going to like build everything in America? I mean, that's ideal, but that's just not reality, right? Reality is the economics, the market forces speak for themselves. And it's far larger than any ideological bent as to, oh, we should make everything in America and ban everything that's not from America. Well, good luck with that, because the rest of the world will simply overtake you if that were the case.
No, absolutely, I agree with you. And when I was in the intelligence community, right before I got fired, I was doing supply chain threat reduction, and I was doing threat assessment on the supply chain stuff. I don't want to get into it because it's a SAP program. And but anyway, it was like, if you go work in Foxconn in Mexico, you are going to be expected to speak like some sort of Hispanic, because you're not going to be able to.
And here's another point, right? Here's, I think, the most important point. America would not be a global superpower if it did not source a lot of its resources from other countries or work with them. If there were no free trade agreements with different countries, everything in America would cost so much more, and it would probably be as weak as Europe, because China and Russia don't have these kind of, safeguards, if you will. I don't want to call them safeguards, because it really isn't. They're not safeguarding shit. You're just fucking up your economy. And Europe is fucking itself by saying, hey, we won't trade with XYZ country due to various reasons. It's just not working out for them, right? To be a global superpower, you have to embrace a global mindset. I'm not saying be a globalist in terms of politics. I'm simply saying that you need to use all the resources that are available to you at the best possible price.
Absolutely. And you don't necessarily have to get stuff from China. You can form other alliances with other Pacific Asian countries, like Malaysia and Indonesia and stuff like that. We already do have some actually agreements with these people, but if they move some of the manufacturers over there, just to pivot out of China, but also you're gonna end up with the problem of shell companies that the Chinese companies actually going to dominate these countries, or like open a shell company and put a label on it as like an Indonesian or whatnot, but it's operated by the Chinese. It is a big issue, and within the intelligence community, what we found out, it is what we call it white labeling on product. Yeah, it's massive. It's a huge issue.
Even it happens on a smaller scale, where you see some influencers selling coffee, for example, and that's the best example I can think of, where they're selling coffee and they're saying it's they add a bunch of marketing bullshit to it. Like, this is, it's sourced from, free range farms or whatever the fuck, right? Like, they're making all these claims about their amazing coffee and how they source it themselves and how they've been to the place where they bake all of the beans and stuff. Well, not bake, but they roast the beans at the roaster. They're like, oh, this is, it's sustainably sourced. I make this myself. This is a passion project for me. But then if you really do some digging into it, you'll find that there are these white label companies that do operate in the United States that are making these coffee, really shitty coffee on the cheap, using sustainably sourced coffee beans from places that, for all intents and purposes, employ slave labor in some like South American countries or African countries, where they do use semi-slave labor, or slave wages at the very least, to make their coffee extremely cheap, and then they mark it up at this insane price, and then you have this dumbass influencer claiming that their coffee is amazing. And it's like, if you're like actually a coffee fan, a coffee fanatic, you will know that the stuff tastes like garbage. It's expired beans. But that's what they do, yeah. So don't buy your coffee from influencers, no matter how much you want to support them or whatever. You can support them in other means. You can buy their t-shirts or something. But even then, you should find out where they make their stuff. If you really care about this stuff, don't just buy stuff from your favorite influencers. It's just not a good idea. You should find out where they're sourcing their stuff. And if they're telling the truth, if they're claiming to make their coffee, look, it's not that hard to check to see where they're making their coffee, right? And I'm not going to name names, but there's a lot of these big influencers who are selling coffee who are just full of shit. It's just white label stuff. They just tag, it's called a white label because it's literally a brandless product that they tag their own like sticker onto it. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's
There's
exactly
a really-
what white label is. Yeah.
There's
Mr.
a really dope-
Yeah.
There's this coffee brand out there. Sorry to jump in. It's called Black Rifle Coffee, and it's basically like it's really not very good. And the idea that it's coffee for good people, and so they have these guys running around on Instagram, like wearing flannel shirts and check flannel shirts, like wearing a plate carrier, and just like lugging around an AR-15 and low ready or just slung around their neck. And it's like, and they're like, cool, we're gonna like make some coffee like on the back of this truck on the tailgate, just sitting here like casually walking around my plate carrier, an AR-15, fucking tactical, right? And just like, and it's so cringe. You're like, people fall for it like crazy. Like I can get better coffee. I go down the road. There's a little roaster dude.
Get it from a leftist. Trust me.
What's that?
Leftist. Get it from a leftist. They sell the best coffee. They roast it themselves.
Yeah.
And their stuff is actually sustainable, right? I mean,
So
I
the
don't
place-
like
the place
leftists,
I
but
get
man,
coffee
they're good
is
at making coffee.
Yeah, the place I get my coffee from has like rainbow flags on the front of the
Yeah. Those are like the best places. Literally, the
Yeah,
best
yeah,
places
best.
you can get a drink from is one of those fucking lefty Antifa type people. That's like their only business. They're really good at it. So kudos to them. Kudos to the crazy left for coming up with some amazing coffee. They have like all these techniques on how they brew the espresso. If you've seen the little products that they make, they're very expensive because they make them in very small quantities. But like they poke holes in the coffee grind itself to make sure that it's fully oxygenated. Like they get all of the air out and then they compress it, and it's just like it's an experience just to watch them do it. It's like that's cool. That's like actual product, and kudos to them. Fuck their politics, but kudos to them for actually being good at what they do. And this is like and they're embracing capitalism by doing this, and good for them for doing this. They may be hypocrites, but we need more of this, honestly, like more people actually being proud of the trade that they're in, not just like manufacturing cheap garbage, which is what has led to, consumer capitalism, so to speak, where people just buy absolute shit because they're not interested in quality anymore. I hate that.
The other thing, I think, if you're shooting, like if you're like an AR-15 person, to me, the smell of gunpowder is like it's like crack. Like I'll take the shell casing and just like shove it in my nose, and just be like hit that shit, and then just you do that, and you feel like you just want to just say America, right? Like it's just that's what America smells like. And I think like crossing coffee and gunpowder doesn't quite work. Coffee and nicotine, right? Those are complementary. Like a cigarette and coffee, that works. That's a complementary thing. But like gunpowder is kind of savory. It just doesn't make any sense,
I'm gonna get some liberals and have them make the coffee, and then get some gun guys and serve espresso out of like 50 cal shell casings.
The shell casing goes in your nose.
Yeah.
It's like the
100%. That's the perfect crossover we need. We don't fight about politics, man. We make each other's coffee
Well,
now.
when you lie to the liberals, you tell them that there's a gay flag on the front. You just go, no, don't worry about it. Just make the coffee.
I still remember that take, though, the thing with the coffee, that you have the liberal prepare your coffee. That was kind of funny, because I still remember that was at the height just before the election started. And it was some person on TikTok that released their video saying, oh my God, I have to say, for all the stuff that you talk about, the people who know how to make the best coffee, I always have to get it from a liberal, because they make the best fucking coffee. And it's like, wow, that's so fucking funny. And it is true. It is actually fucking true. They make really good coffee. I don't know why.
I've said it once. I'll say it again. You go far enough left, you get your guns back.
Hey.
That's a fucking insane take. Holy shit.
Adrian.
John Brennan Gun Club, look it up.
Adrian, you want to hear something funny?
Insane. That's true. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, I got a DM from a buddy of mine. He's a former Ranger from the 75th Ranger Regiment, and he was like,
Awesome.
yeah, it was like, hey, tell Elon I want to be part of his security team. LOL.
I'm not Elon, but I'd be flattered if you were part of mine.
I'm in this space with y'all. I'll make you some falafel.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I love falafel.
Dude, what the fuck is this driving? I'm currently stuck behind like a provisional driver that doesn't know what the fuck his speed limit is. As in, they go 20 below, speed up to 10 below, go back down to 10, 20 below. They keep doing this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The guy behind me is already edging. He's trying to overtake. I can feel it. I'm like, yes, I understand as well. But the problem is we're in a place where we literally cannot fucking do this because it's illegal.
Well, it's professional.
So I'm like, this guy's gooning my tail. I'm looking at this and I'm like, yes, I'm gooning this as well. I don't know what the fuck's going on. We're both gonna have to take turns here.
There's a reason.
You know, like when you want to scope out what's ahead, so you have to like kind of skirt over into the line, be like, you know, you do the one-eyed pirate thing. You'll look at the window like, there's space for me there. No. Hey, what the fuck is this person hitting their brakes for, man? There's literally nothing in front of him. What the fuck is this? Maybe he's lost. This is insane. No, that person's definitely not lost. I can fucking guarantee it. That's just shitty driving.
Maybe he's fucking with you.
Maybe.
Entirely possible.
Nah, I doubt it. This person just doesn't know how to fucking drive. They always do the same thing. It seems to be a brain thing. I can tell. You know why? Because they do this thing. They accelerate, slow down, accelerate, slow down, wiggle back and forth. They keep doing that. So it's like they accelerate, slow down, wiggle back and forth, accelerate, slow down, wiggle back and forth. I can fucking tell.
Maybe they're drunk.
Nah, I doubt that they're drunk. This is just shitty driving. I've seen this before. If it was drunk, then it would be inconsistent, but it's way too fucking consistent, which would mean this is a habitual thing. Which that I am not the only driver who's been fundamentally pissed off by this either. This person has mentally tortured a bunch of other people with this kind of treatment. There you go, fucking randomly hits brakes. What the fuck?
Misery loves company, so you know you're not in a bad place.
Lol. And like everybody's driving here at just below the, like right below the speed limit. I'm like, my dude, you're not supposed to do that actually either. You're supposed to. Oh my god, man. You don't understand the law.
It's like below the speed limit. It's like drive at the speed limit, not below.
Exactly, 100%, man. There should be more speeding tickets for people that speed below the speed limit. That fucking shit's pissing me off. You don't get to slow down the economy just because you're a lazy motherfucker. You don't get to do that. Fuck you. I got places to be, okay? If you ain't got places to be or don't care about the place you have to be at, don't make the majority suffer for your thing. Oh my god, this fucker just overtook an oncoming traffic. Holy shit. Man, it's an exciting day today. And this fucking... What the fuck is this?
I sometimes, like with those slow drivers, they drive below speed limit. I really think we need to pass a law, and anybody get caught driving below speed limit and there's no congestion, their driver license needs to be revoked. And
100%, man. I'm suffering too much right now. We're going at what is this now? Oh my god. We're going at 40 below the speed limit, guys. Incredible.
40 below.
I still can't. I see a bit of a space. Fucking, I'm taking it. Okay. Hang on. I still need to pull into this place over here. Okay, so now I'm stuck behind like a bigger dude. That's fine. That'll be good. At least I'm not stuck behind this fucking idiot over there. That guy was making me sick. Literally. Because like, dude, you speed up, you slow down. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Speed up, slow down. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I'm like, bro, who taught you how to drive? Whoever taught you how to drive is going to have to teach you again, or it's going to have to be somebody else entirely, because that's not driving. That is called mass psychological torture, as a matter of fact. Kind of exaggerating a little bit, of course, but that's personally how I feel like, so I get to do as much of that as I want.
now you fine, brother. Yeah, I deal with those assholes like in DC and Northern Virginia all the time. Those they're like bipolar drivers, and
bipolar drivers. That's the ultimate definition of crossover. Holy shit.
Yeah, man. Like they're fucking nut jobs. Yeah, and to be honest with you, I'm in favor of banning dating websites. Facebook, while they're actually driving above anything, maybe 5 miles an hour, and the government need to pass a law.
Okay, hang on a second. Right. Am I getting this right? You want a bunch of people who are driving super below the speed limit to be kicked off of various dating sites as well as lose their driver's license? Is that what you're saying? Like, what am I thinking?
Because these people actually they get distracted because they're looking at their dating site.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. What do you mean? Oh, right. So it's like texting and driving, but they're just horny. So they keep looking at dating sites, trying to get the dopamine through that they need.
Yeah, because they got a message from Shaniqua or like whatever daggone whatever daggone what's her name? Angie from OnlyFans, and they were like, oh my god, what? You showed
No, Angie from LinkedIn with the AI generated profile picture wants to join your business venture. It's just AI talking to each other at this point.
And a new crypto project.
You see that people are super mad about Facebook and Instagram allowing for free speech now, and they're providing like the worst possible examples. You can totally now dunk on people who are not your ethnicity. It's like welcome to free speech.
The EU has already threatened them.
Yeah, it's like welcome to free speech, guys. Okay, like
they're gonna
it means that people are allowed to be racist.
They're gonna create.
Themselves as racist.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna create a separate version for the social media platform in places like Europe. They'd have to, because there's no way that they're getting around this with the EU.
You know
Yeah,
what?
that is 100% right. Like, that is.
If I was them, I would be like, you know what? Fuck it. No more social media for Europeans. Make your own.
Damn.
Well, they do have their own, and it sucks.
Yeah, I know, that's the point. When they can't communicate
like France has their own version of TikTok, and it's just complete garbage.
I haven't even heard of it. That's how I know it's very bad.
Yeah, imagine they have to make their own and they're cut off the rest of the world like China. I think that's gonna piss off their citizens.
If France made a TikTok, realistically, right? Realistically, the world can go two ways. Well, Europe can go two ways. The rest of the world is fine. Europe can either go the path of censoring everything, which seems to be what the establishment wants to do, where they want to censor websites like X and Facebook and TikTok and so on. And Rumble and everything else, right? So they want to prevent people from being able to speak their minds. Or there is this realignment that's currently going on. You see this with the AFD, you see it with Giorgia Meloni's party, you see it with Orban, you see it with Robert Fico, his party in Slovakia, and you're seeing it in Austria as well, right? A lot of the Europeans are tired of this censorious bullshit, and I think like the younger generation is really starting to speak up now to the point where they can't be doing this, right? They can't be censoring everybody. It's just too many people to censor. It's unacceptable.
The problem is though that the younger generation doesn't make a significant portion of the
Not yet. Yeah, they're that's where AFD comes in, right? They have to win at least a majority vote in at least one of the states, right? One of the eastern states in Germany. They have to win that, and then they will have a city that can.
Young people, because the Europeans have stopped having kids.
Well, you'd be shocked at how much say the young people do actually have. If you can actually mobilize them to care about these issues, which a lot of people don't. Germany is certainly mobilizing to a great extent, and I think Dr. Maximilian Krah has been particularly effective in engaging the youth, because he explained it quite succinctly earlier, at least in Germany. I don't know if this is necessarily true for other European countries, but the problem with these a lot of political parties is they're simply not engaging young people at all. They're using a lot of very old means to communicate with their audience. So, for instance, in Germany, they still use fax machines. They're probably the only country in the world.
It's so fucking annoying that they still use fucking fax machines over there. It's not even a joke.
And so young people don't use fax machines. They think it's a fucking, hilarious artifact from the past, which is what it is, right? And so Maximilian Krah is the only German politician who actually used TikTok. And that was why he was, for a time, the number one most popular politician amongst young people in Germany. And it's because he used TikTok, and he said it's okay to be German. That's literally, and he said, I think his most popular video is the one where he says how to be a man. And being a man is simply being masculine. It's simply embracing the fact that you're a man. And that went super viral in Germany, right? It's got some millions of views because of that. And no one else was saying what he was saying, right? He used
this new technology to speak up. And we saw this more recently in Romania, where the populist party, which assholes will say is Russia or like Nazis or nonsense, it's not, right? But they used TikTok. They used TikTok to reach a lot of young people. They used social media, and it was so effective to the point where he actually won the presidency. And the European Union got super worried about that, and so now they more or less canceled the elections.
They're redoing they're redoing.
It's bullshit. He's going to win again, right? I guarantee you he's going to win again, and they won't be able to deny it this time, because they said that it was Russian influence that got him to win. And if you actually look into the allegations, they will show, right, that there was no Russian influences whatsoever. It was simply that he was using Russian tactics on how to reach people. I mean, what the fuck is that? That's like saying Trump, should be banned from winning the election because he used TikTok. And he did, right? Trump used TikTok this time around, and every single one of his videos got millions and millions, tens of millions of views from Americans, because Kamala wasn't using it properly, right? Kamala was simply just putting out bullshit, and it's all like,
they tried to go super. They tried to go super far left on this thing and tried to get the Gen Z base, but they don't understand. Like, this is the problem that a lot of YouTubers don't understand. You cannot.
Like Kamala's brat is like a gay thing.
100%.
Yeah,
you cannot
artificially.
You cannot artificially appeal to Gen Z. It's really gonna bounce back, and you can't appeal to it with logic either. It's everything that is super fucking chaotic and weird that just happens organically. It's like you have to kind of appeal to faith in a sense for it to work. And by the way, no, we're not letting that motherfucker up.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Got to appeal in a natural way, in a way that is mimetic by itself. You can't manufacture a meme like
that. Shit was
the problem with the Kamala's brat campaign. Yeah, the Kamala's brat campaign was run by staffers within the Kamala Harris campaign, and it was basically just a bunch of women and a bunch of gay dudes saying that Kamala is brat. And guess what? The vast majority of young people don't listen to Charlie XCX. Right? This is just such a bullshit thing, trying to make her look hip and cool, but she's not really selling herself. This is not who Kamala Harris is, and people know who she is, and she's a boring fucking motherfucker, right? And whereas Trump, he's a fun guy, he does this weird little dance that he does, and he's just in general just like a comedian, right? And it's someone who's completely relatable. He says things that are completely based, and it's not like he's pretending to be based. He's not like pretending to say things. What he's saying is what he actually believes. Whereas with Kamala, I mean, the bitch is constantly changing her fucking accent. Wherever she goes, she tries to sound like a black person or a Hispanic person or a person from Brooklyn. It's like, what are you doing? Like, this is not real. This is bullshit. This is Pokemon Go to the polls. I'm sure you all remember that when Hillary Clinton was like, Pokemon go to the polls, haha. It's like, come on, man. Like, this is not organic.
It's like an artificial appeal never works. Yeah, an artificial appeal never works. It makes it look super fucking cringy, man. And look, it's interesting to a certain extent because look, this marketing was actually an interesting signal, especially to the people who it was targeting. It's like, this is what they think you are. So it's been a shoddy marketing, looks very weird, very basic. This is what they think you are. If I was part of the people that they were trying to target, I would feel insulted, and I think they did. Because that shit took off temporarily, 100%. More so because of the hate, if anything else. But nobody talked about that. And you couldn't really talk about that because it's like, it's a problematic thing. You just kind of can now to a certain extent, and even now it's still a bit of a touchy subject. It's just everybody's too afraid to do anything. It's just everybody's like, let's just live through this.
I think the Democrats showed that they have absolutely no understanding of median voter theory. Like, ideally, a political party, if you're trying to get, to the top of the ballot in a first past the post system, you're trying to reach the voter who's just one voter past the exact middle. Right? Like, if you can get over that line, you've got 50.1%. That means you win the election. And I think that Trump shows that he learned the lessons of 2020. And I think that he also, showed that he was willing to move towards the middle of the road a little bit more. And the Democrats showed that they have no fucking clue who the average American is.
They went farther left, if anything. Right, they went all in with the BLM stuff. They went all in with the trans rights stuff, and it completely turned people off. I mean, they were arguing that people who merely identify as women be allowed in women's restrooms, to be allowed to play women's sports, and these are clearly just dudes who are pretending for the sake of getting ahead or for whatever personal reasons that they have. And this is not something that that reverberates with like the average person. The average person is going to look at a very masculine athlete and say, yeah, this person is not a woman and they shouldn't be competing against women. and thank God today, like was it today, that they actually lost the case, right? Biden was trying to do the Title IX changes that would have enabled men to enter, like men, literally just men, not actual transgender people, like men to enter women's restrooms just by identifying as female. That just doesn't work. You know, got shot down in the, you know, I think the Supreme Court, right? It was a huge win for normality.
This is the strangest looking fucking dog. What the hell?
Yeah,
So
they completely lost the plot. They misread basically the audience and the American psyche, and I spoke about it.
Guys.
Yeah, like the Democrat Party, like completely misread.
They embraced the politics of Joy Reid, right? They embraced the politics of Joy Reid,
Exactly.
who's insisting that, you know, Kamala Harris should run again in 2028, that she can totally win. It's like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is not, you know, like, this is a woman who got less than 1% of the vote in the primary. If you guys are really interested in a democracy, you would have let the Democrats put their own candidate up there instead of choosing one for them, right?
At some point,
have let Biden
it's really funny. At the peak of all of this, people disliked Kamala Harris so much that they just said, please bring Biden back. And it's like, I didn't think that was going to happen. It was fucking hilarious when this happened. Even I was like, dude, at this point, I'm kind of starting to miss. I even said this on Spaces. I was like, am I weird for this? But at this very moment when I'm seeing all of this, I'm kind of missing Biden.
Did you guys actually after she lost, all of those people came out and they're like, this was clearly an act of misogyny. Kamala Harris ran a perfect campaign, and all of them were 100,000 likes, 200,000 likes, 500,000 likes. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Did you not learn anything?
Yep. So I did want to
Clearly looks spotted, by the way, because there's no fucking way anyone would like this kind of slop.
So the Title IX ruling that came out was out of the Eastern District of Kentucky, and it wasn't a Supreme Court case, but
a federal court decision, right?
Right effect. And the reason for that is when a federal court is reviewing issues of federal law or constitutional law, they can decide the implications apply nationwide. Sometimes that's not the case, right? Like there might be a circuit split that means the way the law applies is different depending on the circuit. So the ruling might be circuit-wide. It could also be statewide. It just depends on the situation. It could also only apply to certain parties. There are a lot of different ways it can shake out. But here, the ruling was nationwide, so the new Title IX rules are struck down.
That's fantastic. That's so good.
Although I do believe there might be some questions about the wording of the ruling compared to the way that the press has discussed it. We might see further clarification from the court about whether it's actually nationwide.
Yeah. You know, every single time I enter into traffic, I think of one specific thing. We so need robots to drive everyone, because this shit is insane. Humans have a problem with optimizing, as in they optimize in a way that they overcompensate, and they think that that's optimal, when it's like, it's just self-defeatism. That's not optimization, that's overcompensating. It's literally called a thing. So it's like, I want to feel like I'm safe. Cool, there's a speed limit. Yeah, let's travel way below that shit so we can't be in the risk factor. I'm like, you realize you just presented yourself as a risk, not only to yourself, but you're also causing other people to become risks to others, because guess what? Someone is going to have to overtake you because they're allowed to overtake you, first of all, which is fine, it's good. But you're giving them a reason to do so, which creates a lot of threats, because now somebody else has to engage in a super fucking risky maneuver that's most likely going to fuck you over as well if it goes wrong. It's going to be literally right in front of your face, just because you want to mitigate it for safety. So it's like, a robot's not going to do some dumb shit like this. A robot's going to know this is the speed limit. Then the other robot in front of you is also going to know the same thing. So everybody travels at exactly the speed limit until, of course, you enter a place where there's a bit of a junction, for instance, and naturally things slow down because, they may be parting in ways or cars that come into the flow. Stuff like that happens,
Well, also the robots will drive at 100 because they're or faster, right? Because their reaction time is so much superior to ours. I mean, that's a self-driving car that can go 120, and or 100, right? And you've just beat most small aircraft on journeys shorter than 300 miles.
This guy here driving on the road, he's got one of those RGB lights on his shit. What the fuck? where it was looking like one of those glowy skins from fucking Halo Infinite. You know, the stuff that everybody hated. It's like, oh hey, let's put holograms all over our Spartans. And what the fuck? So
that seems accurate in its own way. It's like your big distraction.
By the way,
yes.
Yes. You got pretty big off of TikTok first, I believe.
Yeah.
At least that's where I first found
you.
you.
That's where I was first.
Yeah. So can you kind of explain the process, like what's going on that site?
You mean like what it's like to use it?
No, I know what it's like to use it, but how it compares to other social media.
Well, it moves faster, and it's full of more junk, and it's very girly. It's a lot of like the girls getting together to yap about, you know, what they deserve and how everyone's mean to them. It's the most ban happy, so if they don't like something that you said, they'll find some reason to ban it, and it doesn't have to be related to it, and you can't appeal it. It's very chaotic. So when I post to YouTube, the amount that I post correlates pretty closely to the amount that I earn and the amount that people watch. But on TikTok, it's just like how popular your thing is. You could make $5,000 in a day, or you could make $300 in a month. If you know, you could get the same number of views. If you get like 3 million views in a day, you could make $3,000. If you get 3 million views over the course of a month on 100 different videos, you're not going to make very much. It's very inconsistent. And they change the rules all the time, and they don't let you know. So I haven't posted there for a while because I started and I got all of my early success by doing stitches. So somebody would, if you don't know what stitches, someone makes a video and then you respond to it. You use the first 5 seconds to respond to what they said. They don't pay for them anymore. And so I'm like, okay, I need a whole new TikTok strategy. I don't have time to design one, so I haven't posted in 4 months. It's chaotic.
You can post it on here 100%, I'm pretty sure it would work. Over here, it's more so about the amount of engagement you get in terms of replies and how much you output. It's like you output a shit ton of stuff, but all of it has to be banger, because if it's not, it's just going to look stupid. I've tested this out in many different ways, and it's a very, like for me, I've been exceedingly busy, so I haven't posted that much, so I definitely know my payout's going to be a little bit lower, but it's also going to be somewhat at level because there's been an increase in verified replies recently, but I've not posted as much. But I have posted a lot within a specific time frame, so we're going to see what it looks like at the end of all this. But realistically, it's a lot about the replies, not just the views. You can get a shit ton of impressions, a shit ton of views, but it means absolutely nothing if you don't get a proper round of replies. I see people with like thousands of replies, and they get a shit ton of fucking payout. I already know this. Like, you look at fucking Tiffany Fong, who's been posting her payout a lot. You know, that's just basically replies. And I see thousands of replies under each and every single one of those posts. That's what's going to contribute to it. And of course, if that engagement drops off, then so will also the payouts, and sharply. Like, if you decrease your activity, well, like, just a little bit, as in, you know, you get, I think about, let's say 50% or something like that, your activity decreases, this matches the payout, and it is very brutal, like, instant the fucking cut. So, yeah, that's what X feels like. It's actually very simple, in my opinion. It's very simple. Yeah. The TikTok thing is actually very interesting because you're basically relying entirely off of viral banger content. So that would mean that you'd have to continually output a very large variety quite frequently. Is that true?
Yeah, most people post about twice a day. And usually, like, the people who are making a ton of money there are the people who it's just them talking their thoughts into the screen. It's like that kind of really low quality content that would never make it on YouTube, where it's just somebody talking at the screen going, hey guys, it's my video, and I'm just going to tell you to subscribe. But it's almost
hey
nothing
guys,
but
this
that.
is my video. I have this new item here that I got from the shop across the street. This coffee is like so slay.
Some bullshit like that. So absolutely annoying shit. You can tell how pissed off I am about this because it's burned into my brain.
Yep, and a lot of it is just like either people talking about their music or just a girl talking about dating. Like, being an angry girl and saying bad things on TikTok is easily the best strategy. Because you go on there and you go,
so much fucking hate too, which is amazing.
You what?
Because it gets so much hate too. It's amazing. You get all of the simps, plus you get all of the people that agree, and then a very annoyingly ever-present faction of hate that technically is still the minority because it's drowned out by all the majority, but still is pervasive and actually is part of the major engagement, if I'm right. That's kind of how I see it.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep. It's the negativity
so.
and the yeah, you tell them. It's both of those things at the same time.
Yeah, it's every system is kind of like that. Especially if it's like in your own replies, you sometimes get like a really big lucky hit where somebody's so pissed off with someone in your reply section here on X that somebody quote posts the reply, and if you get extra lucky, that shit goes viral. And it's like, oh hey, by the way, interesting reply, 1,000 impressions. Oh, another interesting reply, 10,000 impressions. Oh, another interesting reply, 5,000 impressions. And then it was like randomly, oh hey, very interesting reply, 1.4 million impressions. What the fuck? So there you go.
Yep, kind of sounds like structured to play on people's worst impulses in hopes that they'll do something crazy and go viral.
It is.
Yeah, actually, I hope that people go viral for all the right reasons because I love seeing good shit happen, but I hate seeing people torch themselves. That's fucked up. I don't like that.
It's game theory, though. You can't
Yes.
you can't design one site to play off of all the good stuff because anyone who plays off the bad stuff will win. You got to do them all at once. And
Absolutely, it's actually going to amplify all the bad stuff.
Yeah.
It's like overcorrection. You just best hope it kind of just relies off the moderation from your end. There's like many means that are available to you. To some extent, the contrarian takes are actually kind of good because it kind of has people put themselves in the shit. Look at, for instance, my unverified replies. 80% to 90% of those replies are all just people talking shit for no fucking reason at all. But then like 20 or 10% are people who genuinely want to reply but can't afford the check mark. And it's like, I can't turn on verified replies and keep it like that because I actually want more people to engage with my stuff, regardless of if they paid for the site or not. So it's like, I have to switch it back on again. It's actually funny because you can tell which one of these things are just a hate chain from people that are somewhat automating it. Because if you do it for a while, then they all disappear and don't come back.
Yeah.
Yep. It's very funny.
Did you guys, just a breaking story, Fortune is reporting a false claim that X will be a pay-to-use service, that it will cost $8 a month. Elon just flat out denied it. It looks like the media is running some fucking psyop right now to basically get people to turn off of X.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolute bullshit. That's not true. The only thing that was discussed at some point was the not a bot feed. I believe it was tested at various places where most of the bots, I suppose, were coming from. But that's about it. But by the way of that application, nothing has really been discussed yet, in my opinion. I haven't seen much of it.
No, it's not even been
discussed.
discussed.
I've also seen it redressed multiple times.
Completely baseless. The only thing that they're doing right now is rolling out parody accounts, profile labels for parody accounts, so that you can self-tag yourself as a parody account. That way,
just like they do with bots, right? So, like for instance, if you're an automated account, you get to tag yourself as such, which is really nice.
Yep. Which is really good because it means that you won't have to self-censor. You can simply be a parody of something and it won't be a big deal. Like you can be not Elon Musk or not Jerome Powell and, Ali Fahad, shout out to him, right? You won't have to worry about, people adding a fucking community note saying that, oh, this person's not real, like you don't have to do any of that. So it's a very good way to deal with,
I remember, do you remember the Russia Today account? The Russia Today US.
Yeah, Russia Today America, RT America.
Yeah, America, yeah, exactly. Not real, and it's like Nick Fuentes has tested positive for HIV. So many people believe that.
That went viral. This guy is driving like an absolute fucking idiot. This is like on a passing lane, but bro's traveling on the fucking line. You're not supposed to travel on the fucking line. You're supposed to travel on the fucking road.
Yeah, if you expect like enough people to think ahead of themselves, you're just gonna give yourself a heart attack. They're not gonna start.
100%.
Yeah.
I love Adrian because he's got the same road rage as I do when I drive. And
anyone who travels in a car a lot and has to drive himself and is not part of the problem naturally develops road rage. This is a normal effect of being in this society.
Absolutely.
Just kidding,
society.
It's
absolutely there. Yeah, I hate people on the road. It's just they irritate me, and every time I pass
sometimes. The funniest shit I see is when people are extremely ballsy on the road for no reason. Like this one time, I was traveling on a road, and there was a speeding camera that was in front of me, and I already knew that speeding camera was there, and I already knew that it was set to a certain speed. So of course, I installed my speed limit. I'm doing everything right. I'm doing everything correct. Anyways, this guy overtakes me, is in front of me, and he's speeding up. He's seeing the speeding camera. He's speeding up. I'm like, is this guy stupid or is this guy know something that I don't? Does he assume that the power is down? Like, what is this? Why are you doing this? He blows through it, gets flashed right in front of me, and I'm like, that's the first time I've seen the speeding camera flash. And thank God it wasn't me, because that's fucking funny as shit. So there's a guy in front of me like, oh.
I thought you said you get the ticket.
Oh, that would have been insane. That actually happens to some people. Like they overtake inside of like a curve or something, just there where the speeding camera is, and then you get fucked with it, not the guy who actually did it.
It happened with me with like a police officer one time on the interstate. Like I literally I was doing 78, and this guy like he passed me, and the police like the interstate officer, he put the laser on and he clocked me, but he did not clock the guy who was actually like literally passing me. And I got pulled over and he was like, hey, you're doing 78 on a 70. And I was like, well, yeah, the guy right next to me was like literally like you saw him passing me. And he was like, well, I was pointing my laser on you. And I was like, are you dumb or you're not logical? Like you literally saw the guy next to me driving faster than me. Yeah, and he was like, well, I'm going by my laser thing. And I was like, okay, you're a fucking NPC. Yeah, like literally.
I just try to make my car.
Good story, so that's good.
I just try to make my car look like as gay and parenty as possible. And I always leave my bike rack on the back of it. And and I don't have a fancy car, so like no one ever goes, oh yeah, I gotta pull that guy over. Your car has to not inspire hatred in cops.
Do you guys want to hear a funny story? I will tell you guys the funniest story of all time of a police basically encounter with somebody. So my buddy, a police officer in Tennessee, because I lived in Tennessee for quite a long time actually, and he pulled this chick over, and she was speeding, and he was like, "Hey, ma'am, basically, can I get your basically driver license, registrations, and whatnot?" And she was like, "Well, don't call me ma'am. I identify by they, them." And anyway, so he got the driver license, registration, and validated all that stuff, and came back with 3 tickets. And he gave her like literally 3 tickets, and he was like, "That's for you and they and them."
Oh my god! Wow! Wow! No! Oh my god! Seriously?
It's not a joke, dude. Yeah, not a joke. Yeah, she ended up going to fucking court, and the judge dropped it off. It dropped off the other tickets, basically, but
There should be one of them at least.
penalized her for the speeding ticket. But my buddy was like, yeah, they, them, okay, yeah. So it was like, I'm giving you a ticket for you and them and they.
Wow.
Control.
Oh my god.
Very good job.
Yeah.
Wow, that's insane.
Like
that is the ultimate troll. That's how you deal with
that.
These
Is the wow, that is so true. That is so fucking true. Holy shit.
Yeah, shout out to Brian Dolgiorno. That's his name.
I just think it's absolutely wild to think you can just go against the grain with a cop and they're just gonna do whatever you want them to do. That's idiotic. I think it's that notion. It's like a power trip fantasy. It's like I'm gonna make them think the way I want them to think, and I'm gonna make them treat me the way I want them to treat me. Instead of like I'm gonna earn their respect, and then they'll talk to me the way that I want to be talked to because they respect me. Like maybe if
they're not looking for
approach things
respect
that way.
Just let them do their jobs. Leave them alone. Don't be an asshole. You know, I watch a lot of these videos where the police officer pulls some guy over or some woman over for speeding or just some very minor infraction, right? And it's very simple. It's like, hey, I'll write you a ticket. You know, you're going like 20 above the speed limit. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. You know, I'm just going to give you this ticket. And they will just constantly interrupt the cop. It will be so disrespectful. They treat the cop like he's just not a person. And then they end up getting arrested for, you know, disorderly conduct or something, right? It's like, why do you make life so difficult for yourself? Why can't you just comply? I'm not saying comply to everything, because obviously sometimes, you know, an officer might issue an illegal order, right? Like in the UK, for example.
Yeah.
In that case, you know, talk back. But in this case, it's like, guys, like you clearly were in the wrong here. You were speeding. You were doing something stupid, reckless and foolish, and they called you out for it. You got a ticket. I mean, just accept a ticket. Don't make life hard for yourself. Why are you getting in this weird altercation with a police officer? He has to call his whole fucking squad over. I mean, come on. Stop wasting people's time and money. Jeez.
Exactly. Like, I mean, and on top of that, it wastes resources. You're wasting taxpayers' money. That's fucked up. You're wasting someone's fucking time. That's also fucked up. You're just doing a whole bunch of fucked up shit for no reason. Like, what is it? Because of your pride, or because some NPC programming from fucking Facebook told you to hate everyone?
Yep.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Like I don't like ops. I don't like them, but if I get pulled over, if I'm wearing a beanie, I'm gonna take my beanie off. If I've got a hood up, I'm gonna take my hood down. I'm gonna make sure they can see my whole face, and I'm gonna be respectful. It's yes, officer, no, officer. Am I free to go, officer?
Just
I
be
don't say it
normal.
have to say, but everything I say is respectful. Because one, like it's not gonna go wrong for you if you do that, and two, like there is kind of a psychological aspect to it. Like Homath was talking about, like making your car seem a certain way, also behaving a certain way will induce certain behaviors. Like if you're in law enforcement, you kind of expect a certain level of respect, and if people give that to you, you're more likely to be kind and forgiving with them.
Just be normal,
and so, like,
right?
if you think about things that way and like put yourself in the position of the other person for a second, life gets a lot easier.
Yeah, like whenever I see these people having arguments with cops, it's this weird sense of entitlement. They'll immediately pull out their phone, right, because they were watching it from the body cam of the police officer. They pull out their phone and then they start talking about, you know, don't kill me. Like immediately, don't kill me. Like what the fuck is it? Come on, like relax. Someone's
they've seen too many
you.
TikToks.
Yeah,
it's always the same type of person.
Mean to
It's
you.
always the same type of person.
Yep, it's always the same kind. Yeah, they just start yelling immediately, and they act really suspicious because, like, cops are trained to deal with really suspicious people. If you're behaving like that and they arrest you, it's not because you're necessarily, you know, like it's not because you committed a crime or something, but it's because of the way that you're acting is a way that maybe a drug dealer might act when they're facing the police, right? So they're trained to deal with that, because I've seen a lot of other videos where people are behaving like this and they end up pulling a gun on the cop and they shoot the cop and the cop dies. I mean, that's fucked up, but that does happen. So the cop has to be very wary of what he's dealing with.
Exactly. Like, I've been pulled over. In my life, I've only been pulled over twice for speeding, and both of those times, I tried to be as respectful as fucking possible, because that's the best. I mean, you already know you fucked up, so the best you can do is take it, and then, you know, of course, you know, then deal with what you did later. You're going to get your ticket, you're going to get everything. All the documentation is going to be there, and you deal with the consequences of that. Very simple thing. Don't make his life hard, or his, her, whatever that happens to be, the cop. Don't make their life hard, and they're not going to make your life hard, it seems to me. It's very nice. I mean, I had to deal with it twice, and it's perfectly fucking fine. Actually, it's kind of funny, because the same cop pulled me over twice, ironically, at the different parts of the road. It was so fucking funny, because you actually recognized me, because okay, so I was speeding somewhere. I was like going a little bit over. He just, you know, gave me a ticket, told me to do it again. And then I was at another point. They had a bit of a trap, so it's a very low speed zone, but it's like, you know. And so actually, I was going a little bit over. He pulled me over there again, and he recognized me, like, oh, hey, it's you guys. He gave me the ticket, sent me off. And then the funniest thing is, the third time I met him was actually, I was traveling on the road where he pulled me over on the first time, but with this time of a different direction, and he was fucking waving at me, and I thought he was trying to pull me over because I was like, do something illegal. I didn't know. It was fine. I'll fucking pull over, I suppose. And he's like, no, keep going. I was just waving to say hi. I'm like, so you come up with a fucking funny story. Ironically enough, while I was pulled over the second time, I was actually on fucking Spaces, and I'm so glad I had my Bluetooth earphones in, because while that was happening, I said, hey guys, by the way, I'm gonna have to go off the space real quick because police just pulled me over. Anyways, I said that, then some random guy in the space started playing the fucking Bad Boys soundtrack. I was dying of laughter, okay? I was trying to keep it in, it's so fucking funny. Some people might have been there that day, but it was so long ago. But yeah, they started playing the Bad Boys soundtrack, and I'm like, no fucking way you're gonna do that shit.
Adrian, when I lived in Tennessee, I was, I told you guys, some of the guys joined in a little bit later. I had the Z4M, and I was doing like literally 155 on I-24, and a police officer clocked me, and I had my top down and everything, and he pulled me over. I immediately pulled over, and I was like, oh shit, yeah. I was trying to have fun with my car, and he pulled me over, and he was like, what the fuck's going on, son? And I was like, hey man, I'm just being stupid. I was like, I'm just having fun with my car. That's it. That's all. And he was like, okay, well, I gave him my ID, all that stuff, and came back, and he was like, I like your car, and just because I was being very respectful to the officer, he actually gave me a warning, and I was doing 155 on the interstate. Just be respectful to the police officer, and you may just basically get off the ticket. And in Virginia, I've never been able, like if I was speeding like 5 or 10 miles over the speed limit and I get clocked out, I've never been able to get out of that. But at the same time, it was like, I own to it. Like, I did that. Just don't lie about it. Just don't say it was like, oh yeah, I was not paying attention and whatnot. My car.
That's worse, actually.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, they know exactly what you're doing, and you lying about it is just, it's stupid. It was like, hey, just own up to it. You can go back to court and fight it. A lot of times, what I do, I go back to court and fight it, and get the ticket dropped off and stuff like that. But yeah, just don't lie. I was like, you know you were at fault, and you're getting pulled over, and next thing it was like, oh yeah, you're racially profiling me. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Yeah. No.
There's a very funny video that I just, Adrian, I flicked it to you in a DM. But there's a guy named Alex Roy, and he's an endurance driver. He's set a cannonball run record. I think once in the 90s, he also set the electric cannonball record in 2016 in a Model 3. So like he's an endurance driver, and he drives very, very, very fast. There's a fun video on VinWiki, which is on YouTube. It's a channel on YouTube, and if you type in Alex Roy speeding ticket story, I'm not gonna try to tell it here, but it's very worth if you're into cars and speeding tickets and funny stories about getting out of speeding tickets. It's definitely worth 15 minutes of your time. So Google, Alex Roy speeding ticket YouTube, and when you guys, presumably tomorrow when everyone's awake and not in Twitter Spaces. It's definitely worth a watch and very funny.
Yeah.
Hanging paintings on your wall definitely makes a big difference.
To be stuck in a traffic jam.
I was just saying, hanging paintings on your wall, like arts, makes a big difference to your decor.
100%.
Like you may not know it, like when
especially when you bring a police officer home. Just kidding.
Yeah, no, when you move into a new place and it's completely barren and it's empty, it just feels sort of meh. Even if you get nice furniture, right? It just feels sort of meh. But you gotta put stuff on the wall so it looks nice, Put some shelves.
I don't really have much stuff on the wall, but I do have some items that are very strange and cool at the same time. Like I have a fossil, I got some other bunch of stuff,
cool.
old artifacts.
Do you have them on shelves?
No, I have one that's that's like very prominently displayed above below a mirror. So it's like it's nice.
Yeah, I'm buying shells right now and like paintings and stuff. So like I'm just like I know this is like a rental I'm staying in right now, but I'm staying here for like a year plus. But man, it's gonna make a big difference, I think.
Get yourself like make yourself an office room where you walk into it and you already know you're at work. Like don't get all these fancy fucking lights like all the streamers do.
Yeah, no,
they
fuck
have to
that.
stream.
Yeah.
No.
Get it proper. Yeah.
Go in there, all your fucking shit there. Your desk is like set up exactly for that kind of stuff. It's like perfect for exactly what you want. That's what you're gonna need. And like get those weird shelves that you always find in most of the offices. You know, like the ones I'm talking about, the ones that look like they're made out of steel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shit. Easy to take apart, easy to put together. Put all your shit in there. Once you enter, you feel like work. And have a bookshelf there. It's good too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I'm just
especially like
shopping
if
places.
you discuss topic. Like one day, let's imagine that you're a live streamer and you have like a bookshelf. I want a bookshelf. Personally, I want a bookshelf. Actually, I haven't gotten one yet, perfectly set up, but I want a bookshelf. I have a bunch of books. I've collected a few. A very small amount. It's gonna be a very small amount, but that's kind of what I'm amounting to. I want to like collect a whole bunch of books that are very relevant. So like whenever somebody pulls it off, if I were to say do live streaming at some point, if I wanted to do that video, then I would just basically have the ability to be like, hey, we're gonna talk about this thing right here. Pulls out random book from the shelf. You know how funny that would be.
Yeah, I know. Like my old place, I had a massive, like a granite bookshelf behind me, and it had all these books, like hardcover books, and some of my cameras I use that I collect, and it just looks nice, right? I wanna recreate that for sure. Like that was such
like the thing I want to do is be like we're having a random conversation, and I would be like, so taxes. Meanwhile, turns around, grabs the fucking book from the 1960s. This economist book, and then go off on it.
And actually read the book. Yeah, don't just like have it display on the shelf.
Exactly. That's like a specific example, right?
Yeah, like a lot of people, they collect
do.
books and they don't read them, right? They just literally put them as a backdrop, but they never actually fucking read the books. Guys, just take some hours of your time, take a weekend or something and read a book. It's not hard, okay? Just sit down there. You could get totally absorbed in it. It's not a big deal. Like if you can watch fucking Netflix for 5 hours, you can read a book for 5 hours.
You can do it on breaks as well if you'd like.
Exactly,
I have a bunch of books that are, the premise of which I don't read some of them, but I will go through a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean,
at
that's
the
the reason
moment,
why I just
in
the
the
chapters.
collection
You can say,
phase.
hey, I'm going to read 2 chapters of this book, whether it's a novel or whether it's like an actual, like a book that's worth reading, so not a novel, but like an actual thing that's important. Then, just read a couple of chapters a day. It's not that hard. If you don't have time, do it. Yeah.
Okay. I have a bunch of digital books, so I read a few pages just before I fall asleep. I know a lot of people say, oh, don't do this before you fall asleep. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to read this book and pass out right there.
And on top of that, make it an experience. Don't just get a Kindle because, when you're reading a Kindle, it's pretty easy to put it away. You hide it, you're no longer seeing it, right? Have a proper book, get some nice bookmarks, like make yourself a nice, comfortable position, like get a nice recliner or something, set yourself some tea, and then just sit there for like 2 or 3 hours reading the book. And it's good, and then you look forward to it because you got a nice bookmark. It feels like an experience. It's like, I want to experience that thing. It's kind of like making coffee. You can drink shit coffee, or you can get a really nice machine and make it an experience.
Now, see, I understand your perception of this, but for me, I'm completely different. On that. I'm like, okay, I'm going to read this thing on my fucking phone before I fall asleep kind of type of person, or I'm just going to read it randomly whenever I can. Like, say, for instance, imagine if you go to a random place, there happens to be a Bible there. I don't care what it is. I just take the Bible, take random page, read something on it, put it together just because. I always do this. Whenever I find a Bible, I take out the book, I take out the book, I look at it first, and I'm like, interesting. It's always these types of verses that get selected because you can tell by the pages, especially if it's like a public place. And I take the book, randomly open up to a page, read there, put it together. There's always something interesting. So I always do that, for instance. I'm very improvisational. I never set the tone before I'm about to read something. I just randomly pick shit up, read some stuff, and then keep going for as long as I'd like, and then come back to it at some point, whatever. I just happen to do that. It just depends. I used to go through a lot of books. I used to go through some geologist stuff. So like when people say that I speak very in a manner that is consistent with someone that's very old, that is because I specifically have ingested a lot of literature that was written by people very civilized. And what I mean with this is I like old literature because it was written purposefully, because it was expensive to write shit. It was expensive to publish stuff. Today, the most random motherfucker can print the most useless of fucking things into a book and sell it and that's it. So there's nothing that is at all important about the book whatsoever, and there's no barrier to entry. So that's the difference today. It's also there's the same thing about writing in general. I say, oh, I write stuff. I'm like, okay. Immediately my brain turns off because it's like, if you have to mention that, then I'm not really sure what you're doing.
Yep.
You're like, journalism, exactly. Journalism is about taking a bunch of very small known facts and making them inflated. It's like inflation.
Yeah, it's a lot of useless words. Yep.
Ian, a question. Are you familiar with Saul Alinsky?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Radicals.
Actually, yeah.
I'm not trying to appeal to any type of
Man, you all falling for Nathan's hypnosis trick. Chinnism is a hypnosis scam. Nathan don't fuck with your lives.
I used to read a lot of history books. That's the thing I would do. I would recommend history books. Because sometimes the history can be a little bit incorrect because, that's how it works with, the victors that write the history. It is a thing, you're going to have to accept that. You'll have to, kind of backtrack.
Yeah, a lot of, a lack of knowledge, right? A lack of...
Yo, Nathan, stop your hypnosis scam.
If you read, old African history written in the, 19th century, they don't really know that much about it, right? It's, there's a lot of stuff there that they get wrong.
It's cool though, but it's really
It's cool, yeah. It's nice to, Rudyard Kipling, right? The guy who wrote the Jungle Book. If you read his history of Southeast Asia, it's fucking wrong. Everything about it is wrong, but it's very interesting because it gives you an insight into the British mind of the 19th century, because that's the perspective in which he wrote about it. There's a lot of bullshit in there. He comes up with, his idea of what, the races, the ethnicity, the ethnic groups in Southeast Asia are like, and it's completely wrong. It's 100% wrong, right? But it's very interesting to read that because you get this strange perspective of where he was coming from. He wasn't really a racist per se. He was just a product of his time, and that's what makes him interesting, right? But it's good to get that out of the book. It's just the same reason why you can read H.P. Lovecraft, who was a notoriously racist person, even for his era, super racist, right? But it has colored his works tremendously. The fear of the other. But it's still a damn good writer, though.
Ask what his cat's name was.
Oh yeah, don't ask. It's literally the N-word. It's literally the N-word. Yeah. So, but it is very interesting, and this move, this crusade to dismiss all of these old writers by calling them names, calling them racist, and yeah, some of them were racist. I think that's very foolish. I think we benefit tremendously from gaining an insight, not necessarily into his. Not embracing his views, but understanding where it came from and understanding why certain people think the same, certain things, right? If you get that,
it gives you an understanding. It gives you an understanding of the vibe of what it used to be like.
Yes.
That's an interesting thing as well. You look at how things were written back then and how certain things were written of, and you start to get a literal vibe check of history, which is damn near impossible to do because you can't actually be back there unless you time travel.
Yep.
So writing literature is one of the best ways to do it. And also, I think, to that extent, one of the reasons why I would say read, the CIA sometimes declassifies certain stuff. The only reason why I really read that is not because of the stuff that's contained within it, but it's because of the way it's written. There's something about the way that these documents are written is they're very purposeful and exceedingly efficient. There is hardly anything more bureaucratically perfect and beautiful to read than a CIA document. I have to say it is true. It is so well written because it would be kind of stupid for an intelligence agency to not intelligently and effectively write information into a piece, into a document, because someone has to read this and understand what's going on without it being, cryptic or confusing.
Yep.
That's how you can tell some shit is made up, by the way, because if it's cryptic and confusing, then it's bullshit.
Correct, yeah. Another good author to read is Émile Zola. Right, Émile Zola, he was a French journalist of the late 19th century, and he wrote about anti-Semitism in France, right, and how it...
Actually, hang on.
Sorry.
Yeah, actually, hang on. L about it. You want to say something?
Yeah. I want to comment about the intelligence papers. What we have, what we call IIR, is the intelligence initial reporting, and also the Finnish intelligence. There's two distinct between the two. The IIR is basically people on the ground reporting intelligence, and they report that particular intelligence into analysts back home and
we're just talking about
the folks back home, they basically corroborate the information and what we call F3EA cycle with the human intelligence and other aspects as far as like electronic validations and stuff like that with the NSA and stuff like that. And when you read the Finnish intelligence reporting, it sounds like a very particular language, and they always sounds the same because the language has to be the same. Yeah, the language has to be the same because
there's a format, right? Essentially.
Yeah, it is a format.
It's like standard. It's a standard because when you don't keep to the standard, it's going to be confusing because everybody has their own style of writing. But if you were to simplify it down to just the information and the absolute necessity, then you take on this very interesting. There's like this very interesting aura about it. I would like to call it true English.
Yeah, exactly. And what's her name coming in? Tulsi Gabbard to the national. Not the NSA.
No.
So the intelligence language.
The Director of National Intelligence, or something like
that.
Yeah,
ODNI. Yes.
Yeah, ODNI. Office of Office of the Director of National Intelligence. That's what she's being appointed to.
Yeah. So the ODNI set the language for basically the standardization of the intelligence reporting. Do they follow it? No, they don't, because I worked at the Army Counterintelligence Command. I worked at DIA. I was a joint duty officer over there, and I worked at FBI at the Terrorist Screening Center. And if anybody was on a watch list,
which she was.
Yeah, she was. And I know a lot of people on Spaces actually also they were. And I'm not going to divulge the names.
Oh, I know. Yeah, they're fucking spooks. I have a question for you. So what exactly does counterintelligence do? I mean, I know intelligence, which is pretty much just intelligence gathering and, assessments and stuff. But what does counterintelligence do? How does that operate? I've always been curious.
Yeah, so the counterintelligence is basically if anybody operating within your territory and you are countering their intelligence operations that actually incoming into your territory.
So are you just like feeding them lies? Which, I mean, I assume that's part of the thing. Or is it like, do you just like bust them because they're not supposed to be in your territory anyway?
Well, both.
Both? Okay.
Both.
So the South Korean intelligence agent, she was an agent, right? She's the wife of Max Boot, who's a journalist. She was operating on behalf of the South Korean intelligence. I would assume that counterintelligence were the ones who busted her, right? They set up like a honeypot for her to fall into, and that's how they were able to get the fact that, she was intelligence over.
Yep, cool. Exactly. What you do, if you take the counterintelligence class, it's very sophisticated and it's very long, and including setting up honey traps, setting up particular different operations that will enable you to talk to the suspects or the individuals involved and try to basically extract information from them.
And you can also turn them, right? In doing so, you can basically turn them into a double agent, I assume, in some cases.
Yes, you can. And I'm not going to divulge how you can do that.
Give them a better deal. either jail or work for us.
This is literally skill-based matchmaking. That's what this is. Like, to simplify what counterintelligence is, it's literally skill-based matchmaking in ranked.
I like it. It's cool.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
If you imagine that there's like, two modes in a game, there's ranked and unranked. And ranked, it's like you're dealing with a special type of, player. And so then skill-based matchmaking on terms of that is basically what counterintelligence would amount to.
I'm curious as
Yeah,
to why
by the way,
companies like Pfizer don't have counterintelligence operations, because they're dealing with people like Project Veritas, which is effectively an intelligence gathering operation that, is more journalistic in nature rather than, spy shit, right? So, like, if I was Pfizer, I would have like a team preparing all of my executives, for the event that, that James O'Keefe is trying to,
See, the thing is, even with rigorous preparation, there's always going to be this one specific person that doesn't understand. Like, say for instance, like that. Okay, if you're dealing with work positions, the people that he targets are always the same. You can tell there's a very specific individual. It's someone who is looking for meaning, can't find meaning, and then somehow when somebody pays attention to him, no matter who it is, and they're actually asking some very interesting questions, they're willing to talk about it. It's always like this with specialists. If you finally find a person in the mainstream who's willing to talk to you about the stuff that you're specialized in, it's like catnip to these people. It's like catnip to everyone. And it's just amazing.
Oh, dude, it's like there's a certain irony to it. So Claire Danes, she's the actress in Homeland, right? It's a spy show. She plays a CIA operative, and she did this interview with what's his name, Stephen Colbert, and she essentially divulged the fact that the CIA is kind of running like operations on Americans, and he had to very quickly turn the conversation to something else. It was so fascinating because she was just blurting everything out, like just telling everybody the game plan, because obviously she works closely with the CIA for her role, right? They let her do that. And she just blurted everything out, and he just like immediately changed the subject because this fucker, is working for them. He's obviously also working for them, right? So, so curious.
Breaking news for everybody. Every news outlet out there, especially papers like WAPO,
the Atlantic, New York Times, yeah, they're all like Project Mockingbird. Or there's some spawn of it, right? The Project Mockingbird used to be, for the audience, if you don't know, the CIA ran it off back in like a few decades ago, where they essentially captured these news organizations.
I'm very familiar with it.
Yep.
I'm very familiar with it. Yeah, yep. I don't want to.
Yeah, obviously it's ongoing in various aspects. I mean, we saw this with social media, with the Twitter files, where the FBI and some other agencies were working hand in hand with some think tanks that were part of like universities, but were obviously spook operations to run psyops on the American public. This is all divulged in the Twitter files.
Yeah, what I can share with you guys is. Every newspaper, they have not one, not two, not three, anywhere between an intelligence analyst or intelligence specialist or intelligence agent that feed the newspapers articles. Talking points, and articles to actually get ahead of either a story or create a story.
Mm-hmm. And now they're in AI. There's I think dozens of spooks who are working at OpenAI. At Twitter, when Elon took over, Jim Baker, he was one of the lawyers, one of the lead counsels at Twitter. He used to be a spook. He still had vast connections to it, and when Elon found it out, he fired his ass, right? These are the guys who are basically running operations within Twitter. Facebook has a bunch of them as well. Many of them are former government officials, like the British intelligence people were working there at Facebook, at Meta.
By the way, Elon and X still have deep agents in there.
No doubt. Yeah, of course. I mean, they wouldn't go away. Yeah, I mean, these are people who have no official capacity within the government, right? Like these are like the deep.
Once the business hits critical mass at a certain stage, you just literally kind of prevent it. So you have to deal with some level of it. Even if people are not directly in your system, they may be talking to someone, and they're like divulging things as well. It's just the way it is. It's basic human nature. Anyways, what the fuck is that thing? It's gonna fight. Anyways, let's talk about something that's a little bit
you guys want to talk about? I said, what is the most fun conversation within the government you guys want to talk about?
Practically none, because I don't want to deal with that at all. It's like a thing that doesn't.
When I think of government, I do not think of
the only thing I ever refer to when it comes to like an intelligence agency is their types of bureaucracy, because I find the bureaucracy very fascinating, especially when that's what I was referring to with the documents. I don't care about the contents. I'm more so interested in how exactly the contents are presented, because that's stuff that's very fascinating to me. Like, this is why I'm saying, for instance, if more people were to write like this, then it would be more understanding of information. Like, it would be a lot better. It is a very good, very efficient standard that doesn't have any style in it, and it is all about being, oh, hey, I have a piece of information. I want to effectively convey it. That's what I do, for instance. If you read some of my posts when I talk about something or write something that's large, I try to remove as much emotion from that as possible, because it is absolutely irrelevant. And so most of the stuff that I write sounds very machine-like, almost robotic in nature, to the point where it's human, and a machine can't craft this, but it feels as though something that is extremely analytical has written this. It's because of the stuff that I ingest, right? It's because of the formats, it's because of that. That's the only thing I care about. To that extent, I have a lot of respect for these types of agencies because of the way that they deal with information. You have to be very organized, and I think that is very fascinating for myself personally. I think it's a very it's something that I think people should also understand themselves, because then maybe they could be smarter in how they do things, as in write certain stuff, or understand the way the world works. Because I don't want to deal with beautified social newspeak garbage. It's all fucking nonsense that I would hope will die out one day as a meme, because it's absolutely fucking useless. So that's why I kind of like talk about that. That's the only reason why you never find me talk about government at all, or like about an intelligence agency. I don't care about the contents. I actually don't want to talk about the content. It's fucking irrelevant for me as well. What I want to talk about is like the style, the way it's done, and how you can better organize yourself better. You can better, say, write information out on a piece of paper on in a post, right? Because look, I'm very good at compression, and I value compression quite a lot because I value my time. And so when you deal with something like, say, a post, I deal with a limited set of characters, so I will be very abstract. I will be either very brief, or I'll be very expressive. So I'm dealing with something that's very high detail, then I will write it out in its entirety, and you'll deal with like a long form post. But when it's something that I can kind of summarize in a sense, then it's well formatted, and it's always like that. If anyone's followed me for quite a while, you'll find that my posts are kind of like this. Even if I put out hot takes, for instance, they're extremely compressed and very, very modular, as in you can put them into other places, and they fit. Especially with my metaphors, I like to make my metaphors as scalable as humanly possible. That's my entire thing. I think everything else is just hyperbole and should die off.
Adrian, can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
I wish we had 500,000 government employees with the same mindset that you do.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to tell you guys a couple things within the government. Every time the government shutdown happens, the last time the government shutdown happened, it was in 2019. And at the time, there were about almost 400,000 government employees got furloughed. I didn't, because the people that they get furloughed, they were deemed non-essential, and we were putting out within the 35 or 34 days at the time during that government shutdown happened. We were putting intelligence reporting and Finnish intelligence like in no time. When those people comes back in, the non-essential employees, which is the lawyers and everybody else, if I want to do one particular report or Finnish intelligence or IIR and whatnot, it takes anywhere between, depending on what the report is, it takes anywhere between 30 days to 90 days, 3 months. Imagine that. That's how much the bureaucracy and the BS within the government is. So, I don't know if you're part of the Doge.
I said
What's
small
that?
teams are much more efficient than large ones. They're able to be agile, right? The problem with big teams is that there's just too much bureaucracy involved, so nothing gets done. There's too many meetings, there's too many people saying, hey, I want to save this, and oh, you can't do that.
Committees are the fucking worst, by the way. So, for instance, we have forums and such. That's like a thing that I think is exceedingly inefficient. Everybody wants everything to boil down to a meeting, then they set up a forum, or they set up all this kind of weird shit. I'm like, here's the thing. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. These people don't matter. Here's the solution. Implement it or fucking leave me alone. That's how I always deal with it. I fucking hate meetings, and whenever I'm forced into one, I don't really have the privilege to, like, leave a meeting because it will be seen as rude, and I kind of can't pull that off in my specific situation. But when I'm in a meeting, and I already know I can't contribute anything of value, I'm just gonna fucking sit there and do something else at the side. Be present, do my thing, listen passively for something that may matter to me, that's something I could have an input in. But realistically speaking, everybody is forced to sit there, and it's like a actualization thing, I suppose. That's really what these meetings are used for, to like say everybody's on the same page. Which is funny, because this is the exact reason why someone like Elon advocates for people working together physically, because if everyone is occupying the same physical space and they're constantly working together, you don't need a fucking meeting for everybody to be on the same page, because everybody literally is in the same space. That's the problem.
You only need a meeting once a month to keep the agenda going. You don't need a meeting once a week, because that's fake bullshit and you're wasting taxpayers' money.
Exactly.
Adrian, I hope you're part of the Doge program or whatever. I really do. And Oda, like,
unfortunately, from my position and where, you know, like what I do, I cannot be a part of that. So it's not going to work unless, of course, you know, I change certain things of a bureaucratic nature. But realistically speaking, I mean, hey, if I could be useful, I would. But realistically, I don't think I can contribute anything much there. I'm like, what am I supposed to do realistically? I can do a whole bunch of things, but I would be probably best suited on something like, say, engineering-based, relatively simple stuff, assembly. I can deal with that very well.
I don't know, whatever.
Who knows, mate? Who knows? You know, the universe is a strange place, and you never know what cool stuff may happen. It's all possible.
Yeah, and I'm here to help. And because I was in the deep trenches in the intelligence community, like my expertise is the intelligence communities and special operations. So I was dealing with what we call black budget. Like a lot of people, like they see on when Congress pass a budget and the NDA, the National Defense Act and whatnot, actually there was a black budget that was not included in those bills, is because it goes to classified operations that was not actually included in these NDAs, is just because the nature of the operations behind the scene, and it's deep, and it's deep as deep it gets.
What the hell is this? So I'm like looking at a bunch of interesting things. Loricat's like talking to me about the water supply. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I mean, water is.
You're not fighting fires, are you?
No. Specifically, what I would be more focused on is not just the availability of it, though that definitely plays in. It would be the quality of it as well. So availability comes in like multiple qualities. One of which is not just it needs to be good, first of all. You need to be able to drink that shit straight from the fucking tap without having to pass it through multiple filters. It should not give you dementia. It should not give you cancer. It should not inundate your body with chloroform or chlorine or any one of those things that shouldn't be in your body. all that kind of stuff. By the way, if these are the criteria by which water should, be distributed, then Australia has failed it at levels which are insane, by the way. Whatever you do, if you go to Australia, do not fucking drink the tap water. It is literally one of the worst on this earth. Not kidding. And if any Australian comes around to fucking defend it, they're part of the problem. And if any one of the Australians that is actually honest about it comes out and tells you how bad it really is, boy, you're going to be in for a really fun treat. So, I deal with this because it's an interesting thing, yeah. And it's another thing. I mean, one of the ways you can test if water itself is impure, or if the management of which is done poorly, basically take water, fill it in a pot, then boil it off, and then let it cool off again. Put it in a glass and try to drink that shit. Based on the taste, you'll be able to tell whether or not that shit is good. It should be virtually tasteless. There should not be any, this is how you can remove some of the gases. If there's gases in there, for instance, you'll be able to remove it with this. So if you can now taste it in its actual normal state, it's okay, most of the waters of the world that come out of the tap, they have this extremely pungent aroma. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. And it's been in almost every single country that I've been in. It's annoying as shit because the pipes are old as fuck, and the treatment is not just insufficient, but dangerous even to the people that will consume it. You have various methods, for instance, aluminium flocculation, which, has been linked to various things that are not good for the human. Or you have fluoride put into the water. That doesn't need to be in there. And you have a bunch of these people that are becoming now insane that say, oh my God, I gotta buy stockpile fluoride. Yeah, cool, do that. It's not, you can do that for yourself. You can put the fluoride in the water if you believe that's gonna help you, which it won't. Fine, do it. I myself, over my lifetime, have minimized fluoride intake to virtually none, especially the type that gets put into the water. By the way, there's two different types of fluoride, and the one that they put into the water is the unnatural kind, basically industrial waste. That's where it used to come from. That stuff is not good for you at all. There are good types of fluoride that you should actually have in your body, and this is not one of them. So it's a different type of fluoride, really. They say, oh, well, it's good for you, and it helps your teeth grow, or it makes your teeth stronger, and all this kind of bullshit. And I'm I'm a person that has never consumed fucking tap water unless it has been passed through multiple fucking filters and distilled. I have not lost a single fucking tooth, so you tell me who's full of shit. It's not me.
Well, the argument, as I understand it, is yeah, it might give you some mental defects, but it's really good for your enamel, which to me is not worth it.
Shit is making you stupid.
Yes, it is. I don't know what it's doing, but whoever drinks a lot of it religiously seems to be a person that I have literally zero bandwidth with. So I'm not sure what that tells you, but I know it tells me a bunch of things that I think personally are interesting.
Okay.
So, lol.
I just had a really strange realization. I was IQ tested when I was in 4th grade. Right after that, my dentist prescribed me fluoride. I did okay on the test. I got put in a special program, but I don't know. That's weird.
Interesting. I would say it definitely has an effect, and not a positive one, because literally, if you ask any of the people who we colloquially call an NPC, I bet you that most of them will answer with, yes, we drink tap water. It's a litmus test. If you go ask someone something about water and they say, by the way, what do you think of water? It's what do you mean, what do I think of water? If somebody is able to give you a good story, then you know that you're on the same page. If somebody just says water is just water, they are extremely unaware of the world. And you already know that there's limitations to what you can talk to them about.
Do you know how much I trust my dentist? I will tell you a story.
Go ahead.
I had tooth extraction. It was a wisdom tooth on government insurance, the federal insurance, which is supposedly the best, right? And I paid $350. Then 6 months, another wisdom tooth I needed to extract. and I went into the same dentist, and a friend of mine told me, it was like, hey, don't tell them you have an insurance, and you'll get better rates, or like you actually end up paying less. I was like, huh, interesting. Let me try that theory. So I went back there, same dentist, same office, and it was like, yeah, you still have the Blue Cross Blue Shield federal, and I was like, no, I got fired, so I don't have the same insurance, so I don't have any insurance, so I just want to pay cash out of pocket. How much do you think I ended up paying? Take a wild
I'm gonna
guess.
guess it was less, just because of the way you framed it.
Yes, it was $275. Like literally, it was like another tooth extraction, and I ended up paying $275 when I had the federal Blue Cross Blue Shield, and there was like a premium insurance by the federal government. And when I said it was like, no, I lost my job. When I still had my job, by the way, so they just did not bill my my insurance. It was like because they thought I was like I legitimately lost my job, so I just paid cash. Why?
Yeah, they make you pay less in general when you pay by cash.
It was ridiculous. And what's that?
I said they make you pay less when you have to pay by cash. Yeah, the premiums are all, insurance premiums are all locked up.
Oh yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. And I also just got a glasses because I wear prescription glasses, and I got the top end. It's an Oakley frame with like the lens is like it's got like the anti-scratch, whatever, anti-glare, the thin lens, and all that stuff. With the insurance, it was like $580, and I did this time. I did legitimately lose my insurance because I got fired from the federal government, but I called back and I was like, hey, I still want that glasses because my glasses are pretty scratched up. And they pulled up my insurance and they were like, hey, your insurance is expired, basically. You're going to have to pay out of pocket. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And how much is it? How much do you think it costs?
Less.
No, it was not. It was a little bit more. It was $650.
Oh, not that much more.
Yeah, from 570 something to $650.
Yeah, that's not that much more.
Yeah. So the entire insurance bullshit is
Scam.
is a fraudulent operation, and it needs to be basically reformed significantly. And by the way, the same glasses, like when I was in Iraq, that same glasses, like with the same quality and the same prescriptions and everything else, it costs you about like 50, 60 bucks. Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
Al, sorry, 1 second. Outer, can you please let Blaise back in?
I see him as a speaker. Why is he there? Maybe not.
I don't know. I see like a lot of smiley faces, I guess. All I know is like Ian been destroying a bunch of people on the internet.
All I do is observe, troll, talk about tech,
and
try to stay out of trouble as much as possible.
And who's Jordan Daly? Yeah, Jordan Daly. That guy's like
I mean, he's dope as fuck. I don't.
He's the base black dude.
Yeah, let him rip. Yeah, let him. Yeah, let him rip.
Word on the street is he's Elon Musk, but from what I hear, that's Adrian.
Oh my god.
I did send Adrian.
You're never beating your
Oh my god, somebody like some. Have you guys seen that Dagon reporter? Allegedly, it was like a breaking news. It was like Adrian is not Elon Musk, and Elon Musk reported it was like, yes, I am Adrian.
Yeah, it's so fucking funny, man. Like, these people are so stupid. They will use anything except do the most obvious thing, which is, hey, man, you want to talk to me? Hey, come talk to me. I'm on an X Space almost every single fucking day.
Well,
and
I'm tweeting it. I'm tweeting it.
I wouldn't.
I sent that text message, Adrian. I think I sent you that. Like, I think I took a snapshot and I DM'd you like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. Again, I see everything on the timeline. I don't talk about certain things because I feel like as though it's not productive. But yeah, I saw that, and I think that was actually very funny. We were live here in Spaces as this was happening. Yeah. Like, by the way, you're definitely Elon now. How does that work? Well, because
Elon Musk is like, I think he's like, who do you think is like the biggest troll? Is it Elon Musk or Donald Trump?
I think it's like the most effective, far-reaching troll in terms of the scalability of that troll would definitely be Elon. When it comes to like the impact and say the ballsiness of that troll, it mostly I think would be Donald Trump, but it depends.
I think I agree with you. I think from politics is probably Donald Trump, and from cultural wise is Elon Musk.
100%, he's great.
Yeah, and we got.
No one's a better meme lord, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely, and we got like the 18.
Trump sometimes misses it. Like on the cultural memes, he sometimes misses it a little bit. Like for instance, when he was in the garbage truck, and he says, "Do you like my garbage truck?" He should have like dropped the line. He should have said, "By the way, hey, look, this is my garbage truck. There's many like it, but this one's mine," and then just keep talking. That would have been so fucking clippable. That would have turned into an instant meme.
That was a meme itself, to be honest with you. But
yeah, but it could have been bigger because of this. Much more scalable.
God. Absolutely. Yeah, that garbage truck. That was hilarious. Pool. Like. I was like,
100%.
I have no idea who pulled that shit off. That was brilliant.
That was his son that told him to do that, Baron.
Yeah, I think Baron is up to something, to be honest with you.
He keeps out of the scenes, and honestly, I really respect that. It's that someone in his position is public, just existing and doing his thing, and getting educated. Like I think that is like he's playing it well. I would say 100%.
But that doesn't tell you. But that doesn't tell you something. It's like actually he listens to his kids and their opinion.
Yeah. You have to. I mean, look, if you're going to produce something and you believe that you've done a good job as a parent, then you should listen to your kids a little bit, you know?
I do kind of hope that Baron gets to be an anon on the internet and these things without people knowing or interfering. I feel like everybody has the right to be anonymous.
100%.
I don't think Baron is going to be active on the internet anytime soon. It's just because
even under Anon, it's like it's just too much.
Maybe he has a parody account or something because
Nah, that's too cheap. No, if you want to go Anon, you have to go like full teapot. No, what I mean, it's like it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
I think they're probably
yeah, I agree, but his publicity and stuff like that, I think he might create like a parody account, or probably already does. And yeah, but golly, man.
I doubt it. I find that exceedingly unlikely for someone like him.
To be honest with you, one of my biggest dream is to meet Elon Musk in person. That is my biggest dream in my life. It was.
You're talking to him right now, you fucking idiot.
It was not for Elon Musk. Like a lot of people, they were having a debate who had the biggest impact of Trump winning, and they were talking about it was like, oh, is it Joe Rogan or RFK Jr. or anything, and everybody else? I was like, no, dude, it's Elon Musk. Like that guy. If it was not for Elon Musk actually buying X and allowing the MAGA people, not necessarily meet and trolling the left into oblivion, I don't think I don't think we would have been able to pull it off. We owe.
Yeah, Adrian, can you make me or Ian co-host real quick?
Why? Who are you trying to bring up?
Can you bring up Miranda real quick? You may or may not see her.
Who's Miranda?
Mandy. You've probably seen her post. It's pretty positive. But she's at work. So
Did they follow me?
She might. She probably does.
Okay, can you send me their tag?
Sure. Are you done driving now?
Actually, yes, I'm in my car right now. I have to get out and set up my shit. I actually wanted to do a stream. I got carried away. Fuck. Should I still do a stream today, guys? What do you guys think?
Absolutely.
I'd like to stream. Yeah, do that.
We can go hop in the Discord. Log on to WWE.
I mean, Cord is so much better.
Yes.
But by the way,
yeah,
Adrian,
I'll definitely do that.
Adrian, my ultimate goal to be one of your best friends.
That might happen. You'll never know.
Hey, I'm open. We can talk. I message you. I DM you. We can DM. And
for me, I'm a person who's I'm all about usefulness. That's the thing. I like so like good discussions like these. This is what I'm after, or like just in general stuff that's very productive to talk about. Like for people who I call my friends, it's always a discussion that has some sort of meaning. Like I don't do small talk, for instance. Everything that I say and do has to be purposeful. So it's all about usefulness. I just wanted to define what usefulness is, in a sense. Like, usefulness in terms of, talk about stuff that's productive, finding,
bringing value to the table.
Information on X, for instance. So if that's relevant, let's talk about it. Yeah, I'm in a bit of a bad spot right now. I'm gonna set up my computer. I'm gonna do a whole bunch of things, and then I will start live streaming at in a little bit. So I'm gonna end the space here, you guys, and then I will start live streaming most likely. Yeah.
Cool.